Good morning. Today is Wednesday, August 4th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Paganetti and Caraselli board meeting for the month of August. And the secretary and posted according to the open.
Yes, it has.
Today we will be covering items noted on the agenda. Let's proceed with public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters.
Anyone wishing to make a public comment, please step forward to the podium and name and phone. And we will hold you for 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Aaron. I wanted to bring up the idea of regarding registered independent gaming hosts who contract with nightlife groups regulated by the Gaming Control Board and that reside in casinos. Pretty much it's a lot of small different companies that have no power or oversight with the contract to get kind of a basic level of protection in case they are not paid or mistreated by these much larger entities. And I wanted to bring up the idea of some kind of oversight over the contracts or over the behavior and ways in which they conduct business with the businesses, the nightlife industry.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else? Carson City? Cliff Carson, you have public comment, please step forward to the dais, state your name for the record. You're not? Okay.
I don't see anyone in Carson City. Oh,
Okay,
There you
there we go. Okay, that will close our public comment section. Madam Secretary, the next item on our agenda is the approval of the prior month's disposition.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for July of 2021.
Okay. Any of my colleagues have any changes to the disposition? No? Okay. You've all had an opportunity to review it. Would either of you like to make a motion?
Certainly, Chair Gibson, I move for approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition items for the month of July 2021.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins? Aye. Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to our non-restricted agenda items. Would you please read into the record non-restricted number 1?
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of Elliot Morrow Rapoli for licensure as a key employee of Golden Tavern Group, LLC.
Okay, welcome.
Good morning, Phyllis Gillen for Golden Entertainment. With me is Elliot Rapol. Elliot is a regional operations manager for Golden Tavern operations. We don't have a formal statement. Elliot's going to give you a little bit of his background and address a few issues, and then is available for any questions.
Okay, thank you very
Thank
much,
you.
Ms. Gilland. Mr. Ripple, please step forward, state your name for the record.
My name is Elliot Rapol.
Okay, R.I., would you please spell that?
I'm sorry, R-I-P-O-L-L.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
Tell us about yourself, if you would.
Hi. Well, good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros, and Madam Secretary. My name is Elliot Rapol. I am currently, as Phyllis stated, I am a regional operations manager for Golden Entertainment for the taverns. I currently oversee 10 taverns out of our 64. To give you some insight, when I was born in Spain originally, my family migrated here when we were 5 years old. We migrated to Las Vegas. We've been here ever since. We've been very lucky with the opportunities the city's given us. I come from a family from all working on the strip, from F&B to casino marketing. After graduating high school, I started into the workforce full-time, started working at front desk at Bally's Las Vegas, which was Park Place Entertainment at the time, which is now Caesars. Since getting into the workforce, I've had the pleasure of getting experience in food and beverage, retail, front desk, also in gaming as well. At 22 years old, I had the opportunity to step into management of Boulder Station, into assistant beverage manager. Stations really gave me a lot of great opportunities. I worked in 4 different casinos for them, all in different food and beverage outlets, from buffet to cafe to also some nightlife. Halfway through my career, I heard from friends and former team members of the great opportunities PTs had to offer. Since I had some experience bartending, they said you can be a bartender and manager, and that was very interesting to me. So I started to step back. I started on extra board, working graveyards, and had the opportunity to be an AGM for a few locations. After a few years, I had a great opportunity to be a general manager for a different tavern group, the Still Remedies group. I did that for a few years, and I saw the opportunity that Golden Entertainment had moving forward and the growth they had. So I came back as a general manager, and I've been here ever since. I've ran 2 locations, and then I had an opportunity as a regional, and I've taken the opportunity with the growth and support they've always given me. Yeah, and that's been as far as my career goes.
Okay, thank you for that background.
Yeah, of
But
course.
tell us why you're here before us today.
Well, based off my experience, as far as our licensing, this is my first time through this key employee license, and there were some issues that I'd like to address before giving you the final.
Okay, so
reasoning.
you'd like to go ahead and affirmatively address them,
If I can, please.
please.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank investigator Jamie Tan for her hard work in this investigation. She brought some things to light I'd like to address. First and foremost, 17 years ago, my first full-time job at the front desk, I made a very stupid mistake. During the process, we were in charge of checking in. I met a young couple that I thought, were very nice. We, kind of hit it off. You build rapport with guests. But they were only on a cash basis. After a few days, they reached out to me and they wanted to charge to their room. And the way the front desk worked at that time to
Stop one second. They wanted to charge what to their room?
just make charges to their room. They were on a cash
Okay,
basis.
okay.
So in the future, you have to have a credit card on file. At that time, sharing their story, the wife was expecting twins. So I kind of felt bad for them at that time. So I made a very critical error of putting another guest's credit card on the room to bring up the charges, for them to be able to open to charge their room. It was a very stupid mistake. It was very naive. I was very unaccountable at my young age. I never expected it to be charged at the end or close out because I thought, they said, oh, we'll take care of it cash basis at the end. And of course they did not. At that end, I lost my job. I, got charged with misuse of a credit card. Really disappointed my family. So had to go to the court process and it got settled with community service. But again, it's a lesson that I continue, to take with me. It was a very bad lesson. And like I said, when I train now, I always tell my managers, hey, listen, if you make a mistake, please be honest, be forward, because if you let it linger on, if you're not honest about it, it can only get worse. And I honestly use my example to say, hey, listen, I made a mistake when I was young. I didn't handle it and it went to legal. So please don't do that. What's the worst that can happen? So that was on that situation.
Okay, and just to be clear, you were employed at that time by?
Bally's.
Okay, so
Bally's Las Vegas.
Bally's separately or Caesars at that time?
It was Park Place Entertainment at the time. So yeah.
And you were subsequently let go?
Of course, yes.
Or fired by Caesars. Yes. Okay. And after that, just your job history that you discussed, did it come up in the context of any of those occasions or?
No, it did come up sometimes when I did the key licensing when it comes to liquor, because they always want to make sure that you're honest about it. Yeah, and then when I became an American citizen, it came up, of course, is, you have to be transparent. So
let me stop you there. Would my colleagues like to ask any questions, comments, please?
I did. I wanted to follow up a bit more on the issue at hand here.
Sure.
So you said they're on a cash basis. First of all, good morning. Great to see you both.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you.
You said they're on a cash basis. So when they originally checked in, does that mean they paid for the entire stay, or did they pay day by day?
They paid a couple days.
You pay a couple days in advance, and then what would happen at the end of that? Let's say they paid 3 days in advance. Would they then be required?
We would require them to check out.
So you'd invalidate you expire their card. They'd have to come down, or you'd go to their room and say, "Hey, you got to pay for the next few days."
Yes, if it comes to that.
Okay.
Usually people would just check out, but on the few occurrences where people would want to stay, we'd invalidate their card.
So at a certain point, they come down and said, "Hey, we want to charge some incidentals, maybe room service, movies, whatever."
Yeah.
They're having twins. You said you felt sorry for them. I would as well. You want to space that out ideally, but it's a blessing, not necessarily something to be feeling sorry about. That aside, they came down and said.
So they actually called
Okay.
front desk and they said, like to speak from the best of my memory, I do remember they called.
So then at a certain point, you're feeling sorry for them. In your head, you said, okay, I can manipulate the system
Yes,
by what?
by adding a credit card. I added another guest credit card.
You didn't know them at all, the guests
Either person.
or
no.
the or the
No,
credit
no,
card
not on a
individual.
personal basis. No.
You
no.
just grabbed the number,
Yes.
populated the system so that they could then be
Right.
free to charge incidentals in your mind, thinking they were going to pay even though they said they didn't have cash.
No, they were on a cash basis. They were paying us cash, and they said, yeah, we'll take care of it, no problem. Like, hey, I opened up your card because I didn't inform them that I put another guest credit card. I just said, okay, you're asking, and then just please take care of this. And they're like, yeah, no problem.
So in that instance, or at least back then, you would have been required to have a credit card in order to charge incidentals. They couldn't have come down, giving you $200 and you didn't use it as credit.
That wasn't very common, and I believe that was, but I chose the lazy route.
Okay, so you took the easy fix rather than them walk down, 5-10 minute walk, come down, but you just grabbed a credit card, didn't know either individual,
Yes, sir.
either the people,
Neither.
the guests,
No,
nor the credit card individual.
No, and that's
So then at a certain point, you try to rectify it by doing what?
so during that time, I confided in my brother. I'm like, hey, I messed up. And, my brother was like, he was very upset with me. He's like, you're crazy. He's like, you know how trouble you can get in. He's like, you're going to pay for this. I didn't have a credit card. He's like, you're going to use my credit card. And he's like, and you're going to pay me back. And he's all like, and through the process, and I'm assuming because I wasn't very honest from the get-go, being young and afraid to get in trouble, they probably didn't trust me. And they said, you know what, I'm backing out. And then we're going to put on the original credit card. Through the process.
Sorry,
So I put my brother, I tried to back it out, and I put my brother's credit card and I charged it through my brother's credit card. Because, and like I said, going off my best memory, because it was ongoing, I believe because I wasn't very honest or whatever, there was a manager there was like, no, that's not the credit card. This is the original credit card, and they charged that.
Understood.
So that's, if I would have just been honest from the get-go and said, hey, I messed up.
So then sometime later, the individual's credit card was used,
Yes.
rings the hotel up, says, hey, we've got a fraudulent charge here.
I'm assuming, yes, they did not include me in that conversation.
But then they brought you in to discuss it at a sit down.
They actually brought me in with two detectives, and I had two detectives talk to me. And, at that age, I was very naive. I had no experience in any of this stuff. So I was like, so I admitted it, and I was like, I'm very sorry. And I was just termed, and that was it at that moment.
Okay.
Later on, I came to find out there was a warrant for my arrest, through an officer that just pulled me over, ran my license plate, pulled me over. And, he actually gave me an opportunity. He was like, listen, you need to get this fixed. So that's when I contacted, my brother again, because he's much older than me. He's 13 years older than me. So
This is 17 years ago?
yes. Well, 17 was the initial, and then I think it was like a year after,
Sure.
2 years after.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Trying to get the general rate.
No, yes, it was 17.
So then I wanted to talk about that then too. You get pulled over randomly for a traffic violation. He then runs your license,
Mhm.
finds out that you got a warrant for your arrest, lets you go, and then you then
So he had me literally in handcuffs, and
Uh-huh.
he's like, give me your schedule, give me your work schedule, give me whatever schedule. If you don't get this handled in a few days, I'm coming to get you.
Got it.
So I spoke to an attorney at the time, and I was like, I don't know what to do. And they were like, okay, well, you have to go through the booking process. So I literally went to, they had me handcuffed. I went through, took the picture, but I didn't serve any jail time.
Okay.
They're just like, you have to go through the booking process because of my warrant. So
And then since that time, well, at the end of that conclusion, did you pay money back?
no, they didn't. I offered, and they were just like, no, community service, and you get misdemeanor disorderly conduct.
Okay. And then since that time, have you had any other run-ins with the law?
No, not at all. No. That was a lesson that I did not want to be a part of.
And then as far as this incident's concerned, did you disclose this on your application to us?
Yes.
So there was no us you forgetting about it.
No.
So I'll just want to confirm that's what our materials suggest, is that you raised this, you brought this to our attention, you put it on your application, you also turned yourself in as you just suggested, and that there was no restitution as well. And then no further incidents or run-ins with the law. That's what our materials would suggest here.
Yeah, no. Other than the basic traffic violation, of course. But
Sure.
Yeah, no.
Okay. That's all I have on that issue.
Okay, thank you. You're welcome.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Good.
Good. So I did have a couple of follow-up questions and some of the similar questions that my colleagues have already asked.
Yeah.
So to be clear, when the guests checked in, they did or did not use a credit?
No, they did not. They were cash basis.
Okay. And so you didn't know these people at all, right? But you felt sorry for them because they were having twins.
They were just nice. They were having twins. They seemed, I mean, I had an experience with people at that time with, they were very nice. I assume I took them at face value because again, they paid cash. They had cash there. Didn't see no reason why.
And they called over the phone to
Yeah,
request this?
I mean, they can call the front desk and say, oh, can I speak to, Elliot, or can I speak to the front desk? I mean, it wasn't like a personal cell phone or nothing. They can call the front desk.
So you didn't have any face-to-face communications with them?
It was during the check-in, and then there was one face-to-face where they made a payment for the room.
But when they were calling to ask, there wasn't
No,
like
there was no face-to-face, no.
and it was just that one transaction or that one event where they requested to use the room for incidentals, and then you granted that request.
There was other communications. So, and like I said, I'm trying to go off my best memory, but I do remember there was, so for instance, they called and then I noticed they were making charges. And so I made a call. I'm like, hey, listen, what really shook up, I'm like, hey, listen, you guys need to make these payments because I opened up your rooms, this could get me in trouble. And they're like, oh yeah, no problem. And so that was the next time I saw them, they made payment towards it. What stirred the initial part for me to reach out to her and be like, oh, I messed up, is I was off for a few days. I come back and there was like $2,000 in the room. And I was like, whoa, what's going on here?
So I mean, with regard to from the time of them making the request to
Mhm.
you granting the request, that was just one phone conversation?
For me granting the request, yes. No, yes. It was
So
one
during,
phone call.
how long was that phone conversation?
It wasn't long. I just thought, hey, listen, I can just open up the room charges. They seemed like nice enough people. Again,
Did you remember them from checking in?
yeah, they were very nice. Yeah. I do remember them because they called. The request wasn't, and like I said, I don't have the exact dates, but it wasn't too far from the time they checked in. They were just like, so.
Okay. And
And
so
I could look them up when they say a room, and I'd said, okay, yeah, those are the people.
what did they give you an explanation for why they wanted to charge the incidentals?
Oh, they want to see a movie. It was like something like that. It was something very small that I thought, okay, this was no big deal. This would have been an easy, it wasn't like, I did not expect them to charge that kind of, it was like, hey, we're looking at doing movies. Is that a big deal or anything like that? Or, it was like, okay, yeah, no problem.
So I guess the part that is kind of confusing or I don't really understand is, I see a difference between them not having anywhere to stay, right? They don't have shelter, like they actually need to somewhere to a shelter for the night versus, having incidentals charged to the room for perk purposes, right? Like it seems more reasonable to feel sorry for someone who, maybe have needed shelter versus someone who wanted to watch a movie, right?
Yeah.
Which seems like a perk.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I don't disagree with that. That wasn't, like I said, it was a terrible judgment of mine, but I would have to say at that time, it wasn't very uncommon for people just to pay cash and not have credit cards. I mean, we're definitely more into the credit card, but that time of day, there were people that would just come in, pay cash and say, I don't want to use my credit card because I'm not responsible. I don't want to charge things to the room, or they had kids, or in this case, it wasn't them, but yeah, it wasn't good judgment on my end.
Okay. Was the credit card information was from a guest, and I think as I recall, our report reflected that the guest whose credit card you used had checked in 2 months prior. Is that correct?
I don't
You
know
don't
about
recall?
that. There was no, it was literally random, but 2 months prior, no, that wouldn't make sense because the way I obtained the information is we had, it was very old school. Like you would, what do you call that? You would imprint the guest credit card information. It was like chink, and they were like, you would have them stacked in pieces of paper. So I just grabbed one and I was just like,
Okay, thank you. That's it, exactly where I was going
yeah,
next. So
no.
it's not like you had to look up the information in the computer. You had a
No,
stack
no.
of-
We there was like a stack. That's how it was. There was like this like little cubicles. So I just grabbed it and just,
Did you just grab the first one off the top?
yeah, just a random one. No, I wouldn't say first. It's just random, and they were like stacked side by side. So I just grabbed it.
Okay. And when you were rehired, because originally it wasn't Caesars, is that correct?
It was Park Place Entertainment.
And so you were hired then again, you were hired by Caesars. Did they?
No, they didn't bring up anything. I even asked. I asked Dave DeLeo, who was a beverage man, because there was one time they asked. I started as a bartender at Imperial Palace for a little bit, and then I had an opportunity to be a manager for the Flamingo. And Dave DeLeo was the manager, and I was like, "Hey, listen, I just want to let you know, full transparency, this happened." He's like, "Well, they're not even bringing that up." So
you disclosed this to them.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
You made them aware,
Yeah.
and they didn't question you about it.
No, Dave DeLeo was the manager. So, I mean, he was like, no, he's like, I don't see anything. Now it's up to him how he wanted to address it. If he spoke to HR, I don't know. But I definitely addressed it. And I mean, at that time, I was, like I said, it was my first job. And then it was quite a few years later, you know, and my experience with Dave DeLeo, who's the manager, he was my manager in Imperial Palace. So he saw my work. He saw who I was. When I made mistakes, I own it. I'm like, hey, listen, because of this experience, I mean, it's taken on. So I'm like, look, this is what's going on. How can I fix it? What do we need to do? You know, and I still do that. So I think at that time, I think he had trust in me, but I can't tell you exactly, you know, how he handled it. But no, it never got brought up, which I was surprised about.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
So, Mr. Ripple, my colleague asked about restitution, and let me flesh that out a little bit more, just quickly for your benefit.
Sure.
So the challenge is that there were charges that were made against a card without authorization.
Sure.
And no judge required that you pay them back. If there were a credit card dispute, for example, say for $1,800, and there was then a subsequent credit card charge challenge, and they were unpaid, then you'd be walking very close to the embezzlement line, right? And that's the kind of crime that we just don't abide. You wouldn't be standing before us today if that kind of crime had been committed. You're luckily you have some good people standing with you and willing to attest your character and the way that you operate. Let me ask Ms. Gilland, have you seen any shrinkage? Have you seen any lost goods, anything that would suggest to you that he is anything but of the highest character?
No, we have not, and we do audits. We don't see a lot of that in general, but we do audits, and the reps are on properties. They are the general managers, assistant managers. There's a lot of people in the line. I would not be here if I felt that was an issue.
Okay, thank you very much. And her opinion means a lot to me, candidly, Mr. Ripple. All right, let's move on then. If there are no further questions about the credit card issue.
Yep.
Taxes.
Yeah. Yes. And so 2019, I cashed out an IRA. I'm not very well versed when it comes to IRAs. So when investigator 10 asked me why I didn't report this, I've been going to the same tax preparer for years. And so I asked her about that. And she's like, well, if it's a Roth IRA, you don't need to. And I'm thinking, honestly, that's the one I hear the most of. I was like, okay, well, if that was a Roth, let me call my bank real quick. I called my bank. They're like, no, that's traditional IRA. I'm like, I don't even know what that means. Let me call my tax person. She's like, no, you need to get it. So immediately when Jamie Tan did it, I amended it immediately, paid the tax. Absolutely.
So let me ask you further then. So you had a tax preparer for your taxes?
Yes.
For submission, IRS? Okay. They didn't require any paperwork then associated with
No,
the IRA?
I want to say in best memory, because it was 2019, 2020, she asked me if I cashed out, and she said I cashed out an IRA. And she's like, was it Roth? And I'm like, I think so. She's like, well, if it's Roth, don't worry about it. And that was just my fault, which moving forward, I mean, I'll be more, but I don't have a tremendous amount of experience when it comes to that. Roth IRAs. So once I found out we fixed it immediately, amended it, paid the fees.
Yeah, that's generally what happens when people want to be licensed.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we won't license.
Well, no, absolutely. Right? I've always paid my taxes. That's never been an issue. So yeah, for this situation, moving forward, I'll definitely be more diligent.
Okay, let me pull it back and ask my colleagues if they have any questions.
I didn't have any questions on the IRA. I'm satisfied with that.
Just quickly,
Yes,
just to follow up for clarification purposes.
of course.
So you amended your tax return after you applied for licensure?
I'm sorry. I was not aware. I was not aware that was an issue in my head until that moment. I thought, because there's a reason I go to my tax preparer. I'm just like, hey, listen, this is what it is. So I was not even aware that that was a traditional between the Roth regulation.
I understand. I'm
yeah.
just asking.
Oh, no, it was after licensing. Yeah, Jamie Tan was the one that, when she said, hey, you didn't cash this, that's what made me aware. Because I was like, let me look it up. And so I called my bank and I said, what kind of IRA is this? They said
Okay.
traditional. So
Just clarifying.
yeah, of course. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, any further questions on this applicant?
Yeah, I'm satisfied with your answers, by the way, on the first one. I just want to make sure I was clear-headed on what the report stated and what was the issue, because I did have a disconnect with
Sure.
the whole cash versus non-cash guest. Your background, though. So we went through it already. I did want to talk about, what is it called? Ripple effect, which I imagine is a play on your last name.
Yes, actually.
So what is
Thank
that?
you. Okay, nobody recognized. So when I was actually a general manager when COVID hit. So COVID hit us and we shut down. I was out of work. And, especially, I always like to learn. I've always, from being a musician to anything, I like to learn things. So I've always been very interested in technology. So actually, while I was out of work, kind of scared me a little bit and said, okay, maybe I should just prepare myself, plan to, just in case, who knows what happens. So I looked online and I learned coding a little bit. So downloaded there were some very helpful programs where you learn coding. After doing coding for a little bit, I realized that I don't have the aptitude at the time, because coding is something that's very tedious and stuff. So I learned a little bit of user interface design, which when you look at apps, you design the experience. So there's a program Figma, and I was like, cool, I'll just design this app, this idea I had when it comes to like all the experience I've had with hospitality and things like that. And communication is always if you look at always the biggest complaint, it's communication. So I thought of this app idea. And so with that being said, I created this app, showed it to my family. They thought it was pretty cool. So we're like, hey, let's start a LLC, and that was the idea. I created this logo, Ripple Effect Creations. Initially, the idea was like, man, I can maybe just go to companies, say, hey, what do you need? And I can design a user interface design. And then, because you can always pay people to do coding once, the design is the hard part. So I did that. And then, of course, I got into the regional position and I had to choose. So I said, okay, you know what? I'm going to focus on the regional thing. I talked to my family because they helped invest in it. And it was a part where my brother's going to start, we were partnering up with it. So he's going to take hold of it. But of course, COVID and everything kind of put everything on freeze.
Okay, thank you for that. I was interested in hearing about that, because obviously that's a little bit out of step with the rest of your background.
Yes. But I've always liked technology and computers and stuff. So.
Well, that's good to see. From my perspective, it seems you had a hiccup a long time ago. I'm comfortable with it. I'm happy to support your application from my perspective.
Thank you.
Anything further?
Yeah, in your position as regional, what's the name of your position?
Regional operations manager.
Regional operations manager, you're not able to extend credit, is that correct?
As far as extending credit, we have to get approval for our VP. So there's an approval process when somebody has a credit. It starts with me, because a manager will come to me and I have this great gamer, we'll do like this. I'm like, great, give them an application. Then we'll send it to the vault clerk, Joe Cooper, and then Jimmy. And then they always ask my opinion on, because they see the kind of play he has and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, Jimmy, they all have to approve the credit.
Okay, and so then what happens after it's approved?
We just go through the process. We have marker forms.
What is your role? What exactly are you, how do you play a role in that?
Well, I want to make sure
other than passing along the application.
No, well, I mean, I got to make sure they're compliant. I got to make sure they follow the rules. I got to make sure, on my financials every month, hey, this person has an outstanding marker, how are we handling it, making sure they're getting payments, making sure they're doing the right thing, per compliance. So I definitely have to oversee the Tavern locations. So to make sure, because we do get reports, we do have compliance that, they get on us, they say, hey, listen, we have this outstanding, what's going on with this, And it is a part of our business, extending credit sometimes, but it's always make sure we get as much good opinions in it before we do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Of course.
Okay. There's nothing further.
I have nothing further.
I'm willing to support this application as well. I'd ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsouros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
down.
Thank you very much, and thanks to Agent Tan.
Thank you, Jen. Thanks, guys.
Okay, Madam Secretary, that brings us to our second non-restricted.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Zen Sports, Inc. for licensure as a manufacturer and distributor, approval to issue simple agreements for future equity, approval to issue sports security tokens, a waiver of NGC Regulation 5.530-1 as noted on the agenda, registration as a holding company, and licensure as sole member and manager of Zen Sports Information Services LLC. Is also the application of Zen Sports, Inc. doing business as Big Wheel Casino for a non-restricted gaming license and for the addition of a racebook, sports pool, and off-track parimutuel race and sports wagering. You also have the applications of Zen Sports, Inc. doing business as the Book at Baldini's, doing business at Baldini Sports Casino for non-restricted gaming license and licensure to conduct off-track parimutuel race wagering and sports wagering. And the application of Zen Sports Information Services LLC for licensure as an information service. In addition, you have the applications of Mark Anthony Thomas and Itan Solomon Miraz Shalom for licensure as an officer, shareholder, and/or director as noted on the agenda. Lastly, for board consideration only, you have the applications of Jor Law and Stephen Walsh for registration as minority equity interest holder of Zen Sports, Inc.
Okay, welcome. Please state your names for the record.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Glenn Light with the law firm Lewis Roker, and I'm appearing on behalf of the applicants Zen Sports, Inc. and its wholly owned subsidiary, Zen Sports Information Services. Before I get into the introductions, I thought I would ask, can we take these masks off when we're presenting or not?
No.
Okay, thank you.
If you could do that, we would take them off.
Yeah, understood. Just would ask. So we're joined today by the following individuals. With me at the podium is Mark Thomas, who is the president, CEO, treasurer, secretary, CFO, director, and a majority shareholder of Zen Sports, Inc. And then in the audience is Itan Mizrahi Shalom. He is the chief technology officer and a shareholder. And we have Robert Kowalski, who is a GM of casino operations and sports betting. So to begin, we would like to thank the Gaming Control Board and in particular, Supervisor Eric Hoffman, Special Agent Jeff Zinn, Senior Agent Danielle Butler, and Agent Aubrey Wilson. They have been incredible to work with through this process, and they are an absolute credit to the board. With your permission, we do have an affirmative presentation that covers a number of areas, including the history of the two companies, their proposed operations in Nevada, an overview of the management team, financing, and we'll also just touch upon the administrative approval requests because we do have a few licensing conditions on the agenda that impact those.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thank you. So we have circulated a presentation and we do ask that it be treated as confidential. With that, I will hand the podium over to Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Glenn. Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, and Member Katsouros. Before I dive into the presentation, I'd like to just give a few-minute overview of my background. I'm originally from Wisconsin. I grew up there in the Milwaukee area, went to Go Bucks. Went to school at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, where I graduated from there in 2000. My first job out of school was as a financial analyst at Schneider National, which is one of the largest trucking companies in the world in Green Bay. Decided the winters were too difficult for me and moved to San Francisco in 2001 when I was 23. Continued working in corporate finance and accounting for the next 4 years, so about 5 years in total. And then I got my first foray into entrepreneurship in 2005 when I opened up my first business. It was an executive recruiting agency. I had pretty large clients like Expedia and Coca-Cola and McKesson that I recruited some very top folks and executives at. And then I sold the company in 2008 because I was really starting to fall in love with technology. And so in 2008, I started my first tech startup. It was a recruiting startup as well. And then my first two startups actually in technology were in recruiting. Both of them did a little bit better than the previous one, but neither one of them went anywhere because I was just kind of getting my feet wet started. So anyways, I moved then to work as a senior product manager at Intuit, which is a maker of QuickBooks, for about a year and a half. And then in 2012, I started the prior company that I had to Zen Sports. It was a real estate software and transaction management compliance product that we sold as a SaaS product to residential real estate brokers and agents. Did that for about 3.5 years, and that company was acquired by Realtor.com, which is owned by News Corp, which also owns Wall Street Journal, Realtor.com, Financial Times, and so forth. And hung out there as a VP of software for about a year and a half, about 13 months actually. And then at the end of 2016, left there to start Zen Sports. So as we're going to get into in the presentation, we started Zen Sports as a different product than anything related to sports betting. But I'd like to kind of stop there and see if you have any questions on anything about my background before I dive into the presentation.
Please. Recio, that was the software as a service company.
Correct.
What were you doing again with that?
So it was a real estate transaction management product. It managed all the paperwork, compliance, task management, et cetera. So we automated and digitized paperwork like e-signatures, compliance management. So we sold it as a SaaS product to residential real estate brokers and agents. Our largest competitor is a company called Dotloop that started about 4.5 years before we did. They got bought by Zillow right around the same time actually that we did. And it was basically a product that consolidated all of the, again, very cumbersome paperwork, because I've been doing real estate investing for about 14, 15 years. And I can tell you the paperwork at the end of or throughout the transaction process is very cumbersome, difficult, and painful. And so our product streamlined all that for agents and their clients.
Thank you.
You said you had a tech recruiting company, is that correct?
It wasn't a tech recruiting company. It was just an executive recruiting agency. So I started that fall of 2005, and we recruited all sorts of positions from financial analysts to SVPs of marketing. So it was across all the functional areas of a company. Built it up to about 30 clients from very large companies, as I mentioned, like Coca-Cola, Expedia, McKesson, to startups. And so they would have an open position in their company, and they would come to me and I would help them fill it and place those candidates at that company in return for a fee. So that's the model for recruiting agencies.
Okay, so at its core, it was recruiting.
What was it?
At its core, it was recruiting.
That's all it was job placement recruiting.
Okay.
Okay. Please go ahead.
Right. So if we want to jump to slide 3, would love to get into more about Zen Sports Inc. and Zen Sports Information Services LLC. So Zen Sports Inc. We're based in West Hollywood after 19 years of living in San Francisco in November of 2020. So about 9 months ago, decided to move to even warmer climate down in Southern California. There's just a few of us that come to the office. The rest of the team is all distributed across the country and internationally due to COVID and just deciding to hire people in other locations. So there's 4 of us that come to the office in the West Hollywood location. We actually originally incorporated the company in August 2016. That was towards the end of my tenure at Realtor.com. And we originally started out, as I mentioned before, as a completely different concept, nothing to do with sports betting. So we were a recreational sports app helping connect people to meet up to play sports. So finding people in the area to play tennis or to go golfing with, as well as more organized competitions like leagues, tournaments, pickup games, that sort of thing. So we had the discovery component there. And then we also had a software component where tournament directors or league directors could manage things like brackets and stats and standings and everything related to their organized competition. Sorry, I just had a little bit of tough time with the master.
Could I stop you? Sure. I think there's an app called like bench.com or something like that.
A what?
Like bench.com or something like this. What was the name of yours, I guess?
It's still called Zen Sports. So
that was okay. It was called Zen.
So we never changed the name when we pivoted, which I'm about to get to. So It's always been Zen Sports. Yeah, I think the closest competition would be a company called Strata. They've raised a lot of funding, and they also help people get out there and play. So the whole concept was helping you get out there and play with others. So find people to play with, find organized competitions. I mean, it's a real pain actually to find bowling leagues in your area or pool tournaments that are going on. So we helped you do that. You could register and pay and see the brackets and share them with friends. And it was very social and fun. The problem is it's tough to monetize that. Like league and tournament directors, they're kind of cheap. They don't like to pay for software like this. And so while we were getting a nice user base out of it, we just couldn't really monetize it very easily. So when PASPA got struck down in May of 2018, which of course gave additional states the ability to legalize sports betting, I turned to my co-founder Eitan and said, we need to pivot to something that's a bigger opportunity. One of the tenets when you're building a technology company is you really need to build the biggest business possible. It's just as hard to build $1 million business as it is to build $1 billion business. And so it should, of course, go for the bigger opportunity. And we had already built up this kind of peer-to-peer network where people were finding people nearby to play with. And so what we really wanted to do was take that and apply it to a much bigger industry, in this case, sports betting. So we made the decision in summer of 2018 to pivot to sports betting. We got to revamping the product because obviously there had to be a lot of changes to the product. And we also started to look at the international market to go into, which I'll talk about in a second. So we applied for a Curacao license. That was me on the legal side that was handling that. And then Eitan on the development side was coding the product. And then in the spring of 2019, once we secured the Curacao license, as well as a legal research and opinion that we could operate internationally, we began operating outside the US in about 10 countries. Starting in May of 2019, and been operating outside the US ever since. We recently paused those operations, however, to entirely focus on the US market. And so the reason why we started internationally and then moved to the US market was honestly just because of the licensing and legal costs that go into getting a license and operating in the US. As a smaller startup with limited funding, for example, we could get a Curacao license and a legal opinion to begin operating internationally, for say less than $50,000. Which as, again, a smaller startup, we needed to be able to do. It also was an opportunity for us to prove out the product market fit, to show that customers actually wanted to use our product, without spending too much money to be able to do so. But then in summer of 2020, one of our investors, Strategic Gaming Management, who owns Baldini's, who also owns Big Wheel, approached us and said, hey, look, I think it's a good idea for us to start going into the US market. And if you look at other companies in the US and the opportunity that's here, we concurred. We agreed that it was time to start migrating from the international business to focusing on the US market, and again, the biggest opportunity. So about a year ago is when we began the license application process here in Nevada, and we stopped and ceased our international operations as of last month.
Okay. Any question? Anything further?
No. Before we go to the next slide, any questions?
Well, normally it's up to you, Chair Gibson. Normally we could hold most of our comments.
Yeah, let's
until
let's
the
finish
end.
this up.
Absolutely.
Like for you to do that, I'll do that.
Yeah.
Cool, great. So question 4, or slide 4, I should say. So Zen Sports Information Services LLC. So Zen Sports Inc. on the prior slide, that is the parent company that owns everything, that owns the Zen Sports app, and so forth. A couple of months ago, we formed Zen Sports Information Services LLC. This is a wholly owned subsidiary of Zen Sports Inc. Again, we formed this in June, 2 months ago. And as we're going to talk about later in the presentation, we formed this in anticipation of NRS 463.01642 to be able to operate as an information service to Zen Sports Inc. and potentially other Nevada sports books. Okay, so then we can skip 2 slides to our proposed operations, slide 6, and how our Nevada applications are going to look. So Zen Sports Inc. So how is this going to look? So we are applying for the following licenses. So we are applying for the non-restricted gaming license at Big Wheel. We are applying for the racebook and sports pool at Big Wheel. And we are applying for off-track parimutuel race and sports wagering at Big Wheel. So non-restricted gaming license, there are currently just slot machines at Big Wheel. We, as a sports betting product, obviously want to add a sports book to that location. So that's part of this license there. And then implement the Zen Sports app at Big Wheel. And we don't have plans right now for the parimutuel race and sports wagering, or any parimutuel, but we would like to apply for that license as well too, in case we'd like to offer that in the future. For Baldini's, so Baldini's is an approximately 450 machine operation in Sparks that is owned by Strategic Gaming Management. We are only looking to take over the sports book at that location. We are not managing the rest of the casino or owning the rest of the casino. That is entirely continuing to be owned by Strategic Gaming Management. We are simply taking over the sports book at that location, similar to how Some other competitors do that as well at various locations. Then we're also for Zen Sports looking for the manufacturer gaming device license and the distributor license as well too. And then lastly, Zen Sports Information Services, the subsidiary that I mentioned, is applying for licensing as an information service provider. Okay, so I'd like to dive into each one of those in a little bit more detail now. So on slide 7 is the Big Wheel Casino operations. So the way and mechanics of this is how this is going to work is, so we're going to sublease the location from Strategic Gaming Management. So they're going to stay as the lessee. The reason for that is that's less cumbersome for us to try and have to apply with the landlord to get approved by the landlord to be able to lease the space. So it's just easier and cleaner for us to sublease it from Strategic Gaming Management. Then we also have a participation agreement with Strategic Gaming. I'll call them SGM from now on. And so they're going to manage and handle all the slot machines. So if like a slot machine breaks down, they'll handle that in return for participation agreement. So they will receive 32.5% of all slot revenues. And we will keep the other 67.5%. Then by obtaining the non-restricted gaming license, this will obviously allow us to have a sports book at the location. Again, there's no sports book at this location right now. There is counter space for one, so we will be creating that and beginning to offer the Zen Sports sports betting app there. So this is clearly our first foray into getting a gaming license here in the state of Nevada, our first casino, our first sports book here. This location is very small. It's a perfect location for first-time licensee. There's only 48 slot machines. There's not a ton of foot traffic. There's no hotel. There's no restaurant. It's just a bar and 48 slot machines and then a sports book like we're going to be adding. So it really is, it's perfect for a smaller company like us to be able to get into. And then slide 8, so Baldini's. So again, we are only taking over the sportsbook, again, nothing else. So the casino and sportsbook right now are managed by SGM, but we'll be taking over the sportsbook. They'll be continuing to manage the casino. And because football season is coming up, and because there are existing sportsbook customers at Baldini's right now, we are not going to swap out Stadium, which they're using right now for sports betting operations, and put in Zen Sports. We're going to wait until after football season to do that, just because it would just be too difficult to try and get everybody onto a new system. Whereas at Big Wheel, there's no existing customers. So implementing a new system is fine because it's all additive. There's nothing there right now. Whereas trying to switch something out at Baldini's would be too difficult. So we're going to continue to use Stadium until after the Super Bowl, and then we're going to implement Zen Sports. And look, so, this is obviously just 2 locations, both in Northern Nevada. We have very, big visions and plans, as you can tell by the way we operate and go after, big opportunities. So we are definitely going to be looking, especially after our field trials are done with Zen Sports at Big Wheel, we're definitely going to be looking at additional casino locations to be able to take over those sports books as well. We'd love to have as big of a footprint in the state of Nevada as possible. So the same thing we're doing at Baldini's, we'd be doing at other locations. Okay, so a little bit of a deeper dive into Zen Sports Information Services on slides 9 and 10. So again, we formed this 2 months ago. And so the way this works is as follows. So Zen Sports Information Services receives data from various third parties that we subscribe to, and we have algorithms in place that we use to analyze that data, to amalgamate that data, to be able to then create a data set and an API that Zen Sports Inc., the sportsbook, can subscribe to. So we're not just taking data from, out there or that other providers have and just turning around and giving that to Zen Sports Inc. We actually do a lot of things with that data, and we get into the detail of what that looks like on slide 10. So it's kind of 4 high level, these are very high level key components of the proprietary data from Zen Sports Information Services LLC. So we offer our own odds and lines via our algorithms. So we come through and we exclude, for example, stale odds and lines that other sportsbooks might be looking at. So other sportsbooks might be looking at things from 2 weeks out. We make sure that we're looking at things that are very, very recent. And so we want to make sure that everything that we're looking at is as fresh of content as possible in order to mitigate risk. We also have the ability to exclude odds and lines from certain bet types altogether. So for example, if the Olympics is difficult to create lines for because there's just not a lot of data on certain athletes, right? And so we just flat out won't offer certain bet types in order to mitigate our risk. We want to keep this something that we can control and manage and understand what the risks are for all bet types. So we have the ability to exclude bet types, exclude lines, exclude odds as well too. And then from a formatting perspective, we try to keep this as user-friendly as possible. So we have odds in both American and decimal format. So you could see like plus 250, or you could see 2.76. And customers actually care about seeing those odds in different formats. And so that's another thing that we do there. So now I'd like to get into the product because we definitely have a very different type of product. Before I do that, I just want to say that as we come into Nevada, we are going to operate as a traditional sports book using US dollars. So as we're going to see, we're going to talk about cryptocurrencies. We're going to talk about peer-to-peer. We are not doing any of that in Nevada at the moment. We are applying strictly as a sports book using traditional dollars and fiat mechanisms. So on slide 12, so one of the things that we really pride ourselves on, and the gentleman before me actually kind of spoke to this, is design. So design is really critical nowadays. If you look at a lot of sports betting apps, unfortunately, they look like they were created in 1999. They're not very user-friendly. The design and UX are not great. So we've really focused on building a very clean, simple design so you can sign up, deposit funds, and be wagering in a very short period of time, all in a very clean, simple format without a lot of hand-holding. So as you can see from our design, we like to do this in a clean, simple format. We have iOS and Android and mobile apps. We will not be offering mobile web in Nevada because it's too difficult to check for geolocation. So we're sticking with iOS and Android as part of our technical certification application. So slide 13 is really interesting. This is what we've been doing internationally, but again, we will not be doing all of this in Nevada. We'll be starting as a traditional sports book with traditional fiat and US dollar options. But we have built a peer-to-peer platform where basically anyone in a legal jurisdiction can create a bet with their own odds, their own terms, their own lines, and so forth, and share them with others and bet with them. They can either share them with colleagues and friends or people they know, or they can add them to our two-sided marketplace and they can be accepted by somebody else. This is being done internationally only, will not be part of Nevada. But I think what's interesting here with this tech, and we found, is that this just creates a more fun social experience for betting. We, of course, are still the operator of record. We are still the one responsible for the funds. We handle the escrowing and ensuring that the right people get paid. But instead of having to just tell your friend, hey, bet $20 on this game, and then having to worry about trying to collect it via Venmo 3 days later, this all happens automatically in our app in areas that we're allowed to do that in. Cryptocurrency. So I'm biased, obviously, but I believe that cryptocurrencies have a really big opportunity to be the currency of the future. Simply because if you look at, and gaming is probably one of the first best use cases, if you look at the gaming industry, a lot of banks do not like transacting in this industry. If you go use your debit card or credit card at a casino or with a sports betting app, a lot of the times the banks will just flat out decline the transaction because they do not want to deal with this industry. Even if they do approve it, they're going to charge huge fees or take a long time to settle those transactions. And then there's the risk of chargeback fraud that operators have to deal with. Cryptocurrencies get rid of all of that. So you have no middleman saying yes or no, this transaction can or cannot happen. You have basically virtually no fees. Settlement times are instant and no chargebacks because all transactions on the blockchain are immutable. And I know there's a lot of issues, well, with privacy or fraud with crypto. You actually have the ability to track wallet addresses and you can assign wallet addresses to people and know exactly who's sending what. So it's actually even more transparent. So we believe this is something we'd like to apply for in the future. Obviously, we're not doing that at this juncture, but we believe that we can not only hopefully apply for this in the future and offer this to Nevada customers, but we can be a real source of knowledge and we can actually be a company that you can turn to for questions in this space if this is something that the board would eventually like to consider. We also do some esports tournament management software. We host esports tournaments in our app. We're not doing that in Nevada at all either. And again, we have our iOS, Android, and mobile web apps. Okay, going to page 15, our org chart and our company here. So we have about, not including the casino operations, so at the corporate level, we have about 15 part-time and full-time corporate employees. So myself, the co-founder and CEO, I'm at the top there. Eitan Mizrahi, who's the co-founder and CTO, who will be speaking a little bit. He's over on the left side. We have a front-end mobile engineer, Adil Sher, our chief marketing officer, Mark Saldana, VP of operations, John Dulai, chief customer service officer, Chief Customer Success Officer, Dan Iese. I'm going to skip Robert for now because we drill into his org chart on the next slide. And then we have several advisors and business development consultants, including Jor Walsh and Steve, Jor Law and Steve Walsh, who were mentioned earlier, and who applied for registration. And so on the next slide, I dive into the Big Wheel and Casino operations, Big Wheel Casino and Baldini's operations in detail. So basically, this is a drill down section of the prior org chart into Robert's section. So Robert is currently the manager over at the book at Baldini's. He's going to be leaving there and joining Zen Sports as their GM of casino operations and sports betting. So he will have 11 people reporting to him, 5 at Big Wheel and 6 at Baldini's. You can see the 5 people here at Big Wheel, including 1 manager, and there's 2 supervisors at Baldini's and 4 ticket writers that he will be supervising across both locations. Slide 17 gets into our key person bios for the 3 people that are here today. So myself, Eitan, and Robert. We talked about my background already. Eitan will speak to his, but he's an amazing engineer and developer. He has architected the entire Zen Sports product, and he has an amazing team underneath him. And then I just mentioned Robert has a wealth of casino operations and sports betting operations experience across a lot of top casinos and locations, including Stations, Wynn, William Hill, and Meadowlands. So that's that. Okay, so if we go over to slide 19, I want to talk about the funding that we've raised for Zen Sports to date. So we have raised all of our funding so far. It's about $6.9 million in total over the almost 5 years of our company's life across what's called a SAFE. Okay, so SAFE stands for a simple agreement for future equity. If you're familiar with a convertible note, it essentially is, it's a registered security with the SEC. So they give us money, they get a registered security with the SEC, but it means that they do not have actual stock as of today in the company. They do not hold shares. They have no voting power whatsoever. They have no control of the company whatsoever. They basically have a promissory note that it will convert to equity at a later date. So when will that convert? It will convert when we raise a future financing that is actually a stock sale, so not a SAFE. So if we, for example, raise a future round at a SAFE, all the SAFEs would still not convert. They would say as promissory notes as SAFEs. If we raise another round of financing and it was as an equity financing where we sold stock, then not only would we be selling stock to those new investors that invest in the new financing, but all the prior SAFEs would then convert to stock at that point in time, or upon any kind of exit or M&A or IPO type of event as well. I think the most important thing is the last bullet point. So there's language with all these SAFEs and with all the investors that none of these can convert to SAFEs. Excuse me, none of these can convert to equity without prior approval from the Nevada Gaming Control Board. So even the smallest investor that might have only put in $10,000, they cannot convert to a stock or be a stockholder in Zen Sports unless they've been approved by the panel here.
Just to jump in on that issue. So there is a waiver request on the agenda, and we proposed a couple of licensing conditions for the safe holders. You know, effectively, they're kind of like option holders. They're given they're granted a future right that cannot be exercised without having to be registered or licensed, depending upon how much they own. Now, all of the safe holders would own a very small percentage if they did exercise, so they'd be registered. But what we have proposed is, or what we've requested is a waiver of the registration requirements. And then going forward, we've proposed 2 licensing conditions. One, that we provide a quarterly update to the Gaming Control Board of every safe holder. And then the second option the second condition just underscores what's in the governing documents that says, hey, you cannot exercise this right without first being registered or licensed.
Yeah, you cannot be a shareholder in Zen Sports, period, unless you are licensed. And just no matter which type of way you would get to be a shareholder, it doesn't matter. Option holder, safe, doesn't matter. You must be licensed to be a shareholder.
Okay. Can I stop you there?
Sure.
So let's just move on from there. So we understand the product, and we've vetted this fully in our RUM session, and we've all read the materials, so we're familiar with it. So you've raised this is essentially a startup, right? This is not a preliminary finding that you're asking for. It's a license, right? That's what you're asking for. Tell me about your product. Where is it now?
Oh, so in terms of internationally, we have paying customers. Obviously, we've ceased those operations, but we have proven out that customers want to use our product.
In the United States, in Nevada, where is your product? Where is the sports wagering system?
Nowhere. So this is our first license application here.
Okay. And so where is it?
So it's not operating here in Nevada at all because we can't operate it until we get
Well,
licensed.
I understand, but I guess what I'm getting at is it's currently being tested, right?
Yeah, so it'll be getting the tech certification soon, and then it'll be going through the field trial. That's correct.
All right, so it's at BMM, right?
Yep.
Being tested, and once that's completed, then it's being tested against our mix, right? Is what's happening.
Yep.
How dependent is your system ultimately going to be on the Zen Sports info?
Well, it's critical because we need data and lines. I mean, any sports betting operator has to receive data in some format to be able to create bets. Yes.
So it's critical. Okay. Well, I mean, I have a few concerns just preliminarily. One is, so you're confounding, I guess, two different concepts. I mean, one is the big well casino and your operations there, where you're suggesting you want to use your Zen Sports, sports wagering system, and then you've got Baldini's where you're going to use the Please system that Stadium puts out and uses. That right? Is that accurate? Okay. So we have a hub and spoke system for sports wagering here in Nevada. And so you've got to have a primary place of operation. And that you're suggesting, I mean, according to the application materials, that would be the Big Bull.
That's correct.
Operation, right?
Correct.
So that has to be in existence and operating. Under Reg 4.080, there's a 6-month timeline or deadline by which if you're issued a license that is a non-restricted, systems, pari-mutuel systems operator license, and it's not put into effect or effectuated, then it dissolves, right? So the hub would dissolve. The license associated with that hub would dissolve. So the spoke, which is the Baldini's operation, would not be effective. That license is not a separate standing license. That's a hub license. That's a separate issue.
So I'm sorry.
Just to clarify, we hope to go live with the Zen Sports product and have it approved by technology, touch wood, before football season, which is way before the 6-month window, would expire. So we understand that we would have to go live at Baldini's first, and then we could at the same time or concurrently, go live at go live at Big Wheel, and then concurrently go live at the Baldini's under the existing system until football season's over, and then merge that into Zen Sports so that we're one system with the hub.
So I've dealt with Mr. Light for a number of years, and he's an outstanding attorney. I assume, Mr. Light, that you've explained to them the hub and spoke system and satellite systems and how this works.
Yes.
Okay, so you understand that. So again, I've looked through your system, and it's a very complex. It's a startup. We'll call it a startup funding capitalization structure, and then you've got this Zen Sports info structure system, and you talk about an API that would, let's see, your data providers would be Sports Data IO and LS Sports or L Sports. To obtain the line, then I think what you go through, and you have an algorithm or algorithms that would then apply AI and ML, and you'd look for anomalies in lines, and then it would auto adjust according to the parameters that your tech team puts in place. That's essentially what
That's correct.
Zen Sports info would do.
That's
how far along is that?
Well, it's only a couple weeks of work because we've already done all that work previously. So we're just putting that on the new servers as part of being here in Nevada, and those requirements that are there. But there's really not much work at all for that.
Okay, and so the Zen Sports wagering system you'd offer pari-mutuel wagers and housebook wagers.
We're not offering pari-mutuel.
Okay.
Yep.
But peer-to-peer.
No, we're not offering
outside of Nevada.
No.
Outside of the United States.
We've ceased our operations outside the United States, so we want to be entirely focused on the U.S. market moving forward.
All right. So you understand the sort of the chicken egg problem we have here. in your case?
Well, I'm understanding that if we have a home base of Big Wheel for Zen Sports, the
Yes.
mobile app, that meets the requirement to have the home base. Correct.
It's the hub.
Right. But then it's not even necessarily required for us to have any spokes. I mean, we could just do Big Wheel if we wanted
Right.
to.
That's the only, I mean, right.
Right.
But without that, you can't do anything.
That's correct. So yes, so Big Wheel is our home base.
So in my experience, I will just tell you that getting systems approved, especially complex systems, is not a fast process. You can't, I don't know that you can rely on whatever you've heard from your testing facility. And then our people have to look at it as well and ensure that the certification that's been granted is satisfactory. So the timeline is going to be really important for you so that the 480 sort of dissolution of the license doesn't happen.
And in that regard, we've purposely tried to simplify the system to get it licensed, to get it operational in Nevada. And then we want to come back and explore the more nuances and complexities that Zen Sports can offer. But that would be down the road. We just want to get going.
Right. So we are only operating the very basics: sports book, accepting bets, registering and depositing funds. That's it. There's nothing else involved whatsoever with the mobile app.
Okay, and you're going to serve this up from a server farm. What's the name of the server?
NSA. So they're a licensed server provider here in Nevada.
Hosting center or
Network Security Associates.
And they're based out of Switch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
All right, that's all for now. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Well, I just wanted to follow up on what you just said there. So with the whole hub and spoke analogy, how is Big Wheel going to be that hub again when you're suggesting it's only going to be a mobile app? I'm trying to understand what you're going to have at Big Wheel.
Yep. So we have the
Because if-
ability to register at Big Wheel. So that's obviously required as part of the 1 foot rule here. So you can make deposits, you can make withdrawals, but all the bets and wagers have to be done via the mobile app. We do not have a ticketing system. And we believe that that's the future. I mean, ticket bets are going away anyways. So we believe the future is mobile betting. So you can register in person, you can make deposits, you can make withdrawals, of course, ask any questions, but any bets or wagers you place have to be done through the mobile app.
So Mr. Light, a question for you then. Explain to me, because the mobile portion of it is the account wagering system, right? Of the actual BMS system. So what you're going to have, it sounds like at Big Deal, is a desk with the opportunity for individuals to come up and say, all right, register for the app. Am I going to be able to give funds at that time over the counter to deposit place on my app, or is there going to be a kiosk as well?
There will not be a kiosk, but you can deposit funds directly with the desk person.
With the attendant. So the attendant will sit there. I don't want to call them a writer because they're not necessarily writing anything. By the way, this is a very unique discussion because I've not heard of such a construct previously here. So when I was reading through the materials, I was grappling with, well, how is that actually a sports book if it's merely a mobile app, which is account wagering system, which is supposed to be tied to the retail system, although retail is just vernacular. Obviously, that word isn't necessarily in our regulations. So if you could explain that to me, how that then becomes the hub.
So as I understand it, there would be like iPads, so not a kiosk, but an iPad at the table where you could go up. They would take your information. You could place bets then and there via the ticket writer. So effectively, you can place a bet at the desk area, the sportsbook area, where they have the kiosk where you can sign in to your account and place wagers. Or you can pull out your mobile phone and place a wager on that or walk away. So it is a physical location that has the capability to accept a wager, just like if I was to go to the sportsbook across the street.
Well, that sportsbook would have the retail over the counter flair.
Yeah,
They would have tickets. They would probably have paper tickets.
Yeah, everyone that is either a sports book or a satellite has the kiosk or the retail over the counter. I'm not aware of anywhere in Nevada where it's designated as a sports a location that's approved for sports that merely has mobile, because you can do mobile anywhere within the state of Nevada. And anyway, but I guess that distinction there is you're placing, I'm able to put on deposit with that individual.
correct.
Okay, I'm just thinking through that. And you're in agreement with what was just discussed there, that you would need, in fact, to go live first within the big wheel in order for
Yes,
Baldini's to then be able to switch on, since that would therefore be the satellite.
that's correct. And so one thing we'd like to talk about is the structure of the deal with strategic gaming management.
I'd like to talk about that as well, but
Sure.
we can probably, there's a lot here for such a small company. You got a lot of moving, you really do. I just got to be straight up frank with you on that. So we'll probably be jumping around.
No problem.
We're at a point where I was probably going to discuss this later, but since it,
Yeah,
the
we won't
natural course of the
exercise the
conversation.
big wheel option until everything is all done. And so we would not be going into Baldini's until big wheel is fully set up.
Okay, well, since we're on that, since you brought it up, I said I'll probably be jumping around on a lot on this one. The structure, Mr. Light, this is more a question for you. Most of the questions I'll typically be asking you, but this is all legal questions now. The fact that Zen would therefore be subleasing from a lessor, sorry, the subleasing from SGM, you're saying that would therefore qualify for them to be able to have a non-restricted sportsbook license as well?
Yes, the Zen would be the non-restricted licensee. They would be operating the machines. They would just be a sublessee. So
Okay.
it's no different than I mean, they originally they were going to be the lessee, but it made more financial sense for them to sublease the premises. So we made that switch.
You know, if we have an example in Nevada of a lessee, so somebody who doesn't really own, I'm just trying to think through the brick and mortar. I guess we would probably have several as well.
Yeah.
This is just that same construct, but they're subleasing.
Correct. And then SGM is a licensed slot route operator. So we would just be using their experience and expertise to help manage the slot machines at the premises.
Yeah, so you're sublicensing the location, but not actually operating.
We are sublicensing the location. We would be operating the sports. We are the licensee on record for the slot machines, but we would be utilizing the assistance of SGM.
The assistants, sorry, how many employees are you going to have at the big wheel to manage and monitor slots?
5.
They'll actually be on the slot floor. So those individuals are not just sports.
No.
Okay.
We'll be hiring 3 more people for the sports book.
Okay, so, and they'll be working with the slot route operator to ensure, obviously, the operations are in compliance with all their standards and mix and so.
Correct. And the big wheel is a very small location, so 5 people is adequate, we believe.
But it is a non-restricted
Yes.
license. Mr. Thomas, do you understand the difference between what we have here when we're throwing on the term non-restricted versus restricted?
My understanding is that non-restricted also allows us to add the sports book piece.
That's what you care about, exactly. So I get you don't know that, but do you know any other distinction?
Can you add
Otherwise, you could have bought a tavern down the street or tried to lease from a restricted. Okay, so a non-restricted really ups the game for what we require of you, right? You need to demonstrate that you have the competence, the experience in gaming in order to operate a casino. Because once you hit that non-restricted threshold, generally speaking, from 16 slots or greater, you're a non-restricted licensee now, and you have much greater obligations. One of which is to pay taxes based upon your revenues, right? You also have standards in place and ICPs to comply with, given that it's probably a group 2. Do you know what a group 1 or group 2 is?
I believe they're based on different revenue thresholds.
It is. Okay. And do you know what the ICPs are?
No.
Yeah, we actually got those approved with,
Oh,
as
that's
part
right,
of the
yes.
application
Correct,
process,
yes.
we had to submit internal
For the
controls.
casino, for the
Yes.
slot side?
Yes.
Yes. So we went through all those internal controls and really spent a lot of time buttoning all those up.
And then on the sportsbook side, do you understand you're going to have some mix to comply with as well? Do you know?
Yes. And we put those all together too for our 6 as well.
Okay.
And yeah, I spent a lot of time on those.
And at the end, what you're doing, because one of my questions was, how are you going to fill the void given that you have 0 experience on your team currently in order to run a casino? I get that it's 50 slot machines, right? There's still a lot of moving parts just with that. And so your answer is?
So we obviously have Robert, who's going to be very hands-on, and he only has 2 locations to manage. He's managed way more than that in his career, and they're an hour-and-a-half drive from each other. They're not very far at all. So he will be boots on the ground. I mean, I'm in Southern California. I can easily get to Reno, a few times a month if I need to. It's not going to be a problem at all. I'm very, very hands-on. I obviously work a lot. So between Robert, myself, and then Connie Gottschalk, who's the manager there, She's been the manager there for 14 years. She is fluent in all the operations that take place there. We'll be able to cover everything that we need.
Okay, so you're going to hire the existing staff. They're going to be on
Yes,
your
they're
books
going to be
that
Zen
you're
Sports
paying,
employees.
and you're paying from your funds, right?
Correct.
Are you being reimbursed
Nope.
by SGM for those employees? And then, but the split is going to be 67, I think you said,
Yeah,
your way.
67.5, 32.5.
There's no other sort of agreement there where they're going to reimburse you for marketing fees or for employment
No.
or for any.
Yeah, the marketing spend there is rather limited.
Sure.
You know, as basically more or less a truck stopping gas station.
Yeah, understood. And then the agreement then again with you and SGM for Baldini is just a traditional type of lease of the sportsbook area. Those are going to be your employees.
That's right.
And over there, though, you're looking to continue with Stadium. Stadium right now, the platform of record there offers retail as well as mobile. You're then going to have two disparate databases between the two.
So Stadium's technology has their own database, right? So we are just the software licensee of the Stadium technology.
Well, when I say two separate, you're going to have your Zen over at Big Bill. Then you're going to have Stadium.
Correct.
So in the beginning, you're going to have two disparate databases.
I mean, it's two different systems for the consumer that they see. But again, Big Wheels, I mean, it's 90 miles away from Baldini's. I don't think a customer will go into Baldini's, see the existing stadium, and go where Zen Sports. They might not even recognize that Zen Sports is actually the operator there. I mean, we're the operator of record, but we're not like plastering Zen Sports all over the sports book or anything like that. So from a branding perspective, we care about not confusing them. In fact, that's why we're keeping Stadium there, is we don't want to confuse customers. We want to keep them using the same thing that they have been. So they will be two separate brands to manage.
It'll be the Baldini's brand.
Yep.
Powered by Zen, whatever. And then Big Wheel is going to stay the Big Wheel. Or is it going to be?
The name of the casino is still going to say Big Wheel. I mean, that is, I think, the brand that's appropriate for the casino itself, especially since it attracts a lot of truck drivers and miners and so forth. I think that just makes sense. But the book in the section where the counter will be for the sports book, that will be branded Zen Sports.
That'll be Zen.
Yes.
Okay, and that's part of your aspirational goals, in that you could branch out and become all over the state.
Yes.
Conquer the world. Well, I guess so to speak.
Exactly.
Okay, I think I'm clear on sort of that angle right now. I'll hold further questions at the moment.
As we go through this application, I'll turn it over to Member Watkins here in just a minute. We're looking for a few different things. I mean, one, you're pro police, so what kinds of people are you? But in addition, we've got to make sure that you have enough experience to do what you're asking. Beyond that, we need to make sure that your financing is sufficient. Right? So, I mean, I guess back to the operational experience part. What kind of, I mean, you haven't talked about KYC or any other, sort of AML type issue in the context of your sports wagering.
Yeah, so we do full KYC AML on all customers. We use a company called Prime Trust that is very well versed in this area. This is what they do. It's basically banking level compliance to ensure that all customers are who they say they are. That's a big part of what we do. We take that very seriously. And so, yes, we do have extensive experience understanding what that means in terms of the actual background checks and checking for that. That part is outsourced, but we are still the record, holder of those KYC findings, right? And no customer can use Zen Sports unless they have thoroughly passed all KYC AML compliance. Now, the good news is a lot of that technology is pretty automated. And so for customers and consumers that have a very clean, clear, everything is very obvious background, they can actually get approved KYC in a matter of minutes. Others may require a manual check, and that can take 2 to 5 business days to look at. But that is all we do. We do all of that, yes.
What I'm getting at is I don't see any compliance people, given the fact you have zero experience operating a casino. You have some experience in the visage of one person who's going to run your sportsbook operation. So that's my concern.
Sure. So upon the next round of funding, that is the top hire for me, is a chief compliance officer. We know we need it. In the meantime, I have Spent a lot of time myself going through everything that is needed, obviously from a mix and six perspective, but also again a KYC, AML, BSA, OFAC compliance perspective. And I've had to get myself well versed over the last few years in this area because we deal with this, deal with this on a day in and day out basis. But yes, the chief compliance officer is a top hire for us. I would just say that in the next 3 to 6 months.
Yeah. Okay. It's running a casino is no small feat. And you've had a number of different jobs, some of them sort of, I guess, in some way related, but none direct.
Sure. So, I mean, you can definitely look at me as somebody that puts his all into everything that he's doing. I work no short of 80 to 85 hours a week for Zen Sports.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Right.
I mean, it doesn't matter.
Sure.
We need somebody with experience. So let me turn it over to Member Watkins for her questions.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing well. So I guess one of my concerns is also in the area of compliance and that there is no one on your staff. I did read, I don't know if we had this extensive chart provided before with relationship to your organizational structure, but thank you for providing that. But I don't see anyone dedicated to compliance. And given the lack of experience, I think that is important. And I understand you said that, you work hard, and I can definitely appreciate that, and that you spend a lot of time becoming competent in the area, and I can appreciate that as well. So thank you for offering that. With regard in particular, with respect to your chief technology officer, is he here?
Yep. Anytime he's here.
Okay. Can I speak with him?
Absolutely.
Hi there, I'm Eitan Mizrahi Shalom, Chief Technology Officer at Zen Sports. Nice to meet you.
I'm sorry, how do you pronounce your last name?
Mizrahi Shalom.
Sure. Okay, thank you for being here today. It's much appreciated. So one of the questions I have for you is what, with regard to your formal training in technology, have you had any?
So I have not had any formal schooling in terms of college experience. I was going to speak about this when I was introduced after Mark's presentation.
Oh, I'm sorry, I kind of interrupted the flow.
It's okay, I'm happy to speak about it now as well. Basically, I was able to find a lot of course material online for free. I've effectively taken courses from MIT, just having not paid for the diploma, in short.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the last part of what you said.
Just in short, I've effectively found a lot of course material from MIT, all the labs, lectures, homework, and everything is online for free. Basically, at some point in my early adulthood, had quite a bit of free time, decided to teach myself coding, found all that material online and was able to quickly get up to speed and start building some projects.
Okay, so most of your training came informally from material at MIT is what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, do you have any other tech experience?
Nothing substantial.
Okay.
I do have some personal projects that I've built that I was going to mention in my introduction later on.
Okay, well, I don't know if you guys mind, if my colleagues mind or not, if he can provide his
Please.
affirmative presentation.
Sure, I'll go right ahead. So as I've already mentioned, first of all, I'd like to just thank members of the board for giving us this opportunity. My name is Eitan Mizrahi Shalom, Chief Technology Officer at Zen Sports. I'm originally from San Jose, California. Definitely enjoying my time here in Vegas, but it is a little tough every time I see a Golden Knights logo. Still a little sore there. As far as how I got into the tech field, my background is a little, took a windy path to get here. I was a musician for quite a while, played piano since about 2 years old, eventually taught myself guitar in high school. This led to, right out of high school, I had an opportunity to join a band in which I was playing guitar, and my first show was opening up for Def Leppard and Journey. So that was a fun experience, lasted for a handful of years. Fairly quickly realized that there's quite a bit of politics in the music industry, and it just wasn't something I was looking for in a long-term career. Eventually left that band, started just teaching music, had quite a bit of free time, like I was mentioning earlier. Effectively, just somehow, most of my students were children that were getting off to school in the late afternoon. So I had a lot of free time in the early afternoon. Found a pool hall that was half off from noon to 4. So I spent quite a few hours there just filling my time. Effectively became fairly proficient at pool and billiards, playing semi-professionally for a handful of years. Still had quite a bit of free time. Eventually got into coding, as I had mentioned, finding all the material online, and built a program for running pool tournaments at local pool halls in the area that I lived in. And I had actually gotten into running tournaments myself at that point in time. One main project that I had built was that tournament program. Started out as a standalone Java application. You just download it onto your computer, you run it, you type in players' names, and it does everything from building out the brackets. It even had a handicap system, so it effectively would make it so that higher ranked players would have to win more games than lower ranked players to make it more of a fair playing field for everyone, make people want to come back and play more often. The formula that I used for that, I modified a formula called ELO that's commonly used in chess rankings. Was able to do some fancy math stuff and fix some known flaws in the formula, as well as more closely tailored to pool and billiards, so it worked well for that. The program that I had built eventually needed a database. So at that point in time, when I kept building it out and noticed I needed a database to hold the players and all their data. So I went back online, taught myself MySQL. Players started asking questions about, how does the system work? How do the handicaps get adjusted? Went back online, built a website, and taught myself PHP and MySQL, or JavaScript. So as you can tell, I'm pretty good at teaching myself, which I think is a very important skill as a technical co-founder in an early stage startup, because you're going to be doing the job of multiple people quite often and need to pick up skills very quickly that you may not have any experience in. From there, I met up with Mark Thomas, as you've previously met. He was trying to find help with beta testing the first version of Zen Sports, which previous to being a sports betting app was mostly for running leagues and tournaments. I think he may have noticed when I would find a potential issue in the app, I would come to him and say something along the lines of, here's an issue I found, here's what I would do to fix it. So I think he realized that I had some coding experience. A couple weeks after starting out beta testing it, he approached me to help with the project and become a co-founder. I've been here for about 4 years, going steady and really enjoying my time here at Zen Sports. Enjoying it fits with a lot of my passions, such as coding, sports, gambling. In pool, there's some amount of gambling. So just very excited to be working at Zen.
Awesome. Thank you for that presentation. So specifically, you said that you met up with Mark Thomas. How did you two meet?
The owner of the pool hall that I was running pool tournaments at had let me know that Mark had been calling him and asking about running tournaments at that specific pool hall. I took his number and just called him and met up with him first we started over the phone. He gave me a rundown of how the app works, downloaded it, started running some tournaments on it and giving him feedback. Eventually, when he had approached me about actually joining Zen Sports, then he drove down to San Jose from San Francisco, where he lived at the time, and we had an in-person face-to-face meeting.
How long was it from the time that you guys initially met to him asking you to join Zen Sports?
If I initially met, if you're including the over the phone meeting that I mentioned, then it was about a month.
Okay. What kind of educational background do you have?
Just high school.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay.
If I may, I'd just like to address some of the underlying concerns that they seem to be. So, sportsbook experience. We have experience.
Thanks. Sorry, sportsbook and then operating casinos.
Yeah, it's two-pronged. Sportsbook experience. We have experience. Zen Sports has been operating successfully in Europe for 3 years. They have an excellent track record there. They built their system, led by Eaton to serve that purpose. It works extremely well. So they've garnered experience. Now, do they have experience in Nevada? No, we're not licensed. They haven't been operating, but they are familiar, with the internal controls and with the tech standards, as they've been working with the technology division and the audit division to go through the process. They've been learning this. And then we have the slot machine experience. Well, no, we do not have experience operating slot machines. That said, Robert Kalowski, who we'll bring up in a minute to talk, has experience operating slot machine locations in Nevada. We also right-sized this project. I mean, the Big Wheel is a very small casino. It has limited number of slot machines. It doesn't have any other kind of amenities or a hotel. And we're going to be working hand in hand with SGM, who have experience. So we've surrounded ourselves with people who know what they're doing. We have good partners. And Robert has a fantastic resume in the gaming industry. And so, and lastly, we've paused our European operations. So for the beginning, it's going to be Nevada. That's 100% of our focus. So we're not going to be overwhelmed. We believe, Zen Sports believes that it is right-sized. It's focusing on Nevada, has a right-sized casino. And for the Bordini Sportsbook, currently that's going to stay under the Stadium Gaming platform, which Robert currently oversees. So there really is no learning curve for Bordini's. Mr. Kowalski is already doing that. He's already operating that book. So then it's just focusing on the Big Wheel, which is one property, a small property, that utilizes a handful of slot machines and a sports book, which they've spent the last 3 years perfecting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Light.
And with that, would you like us to bring up Mr. Kowalski?
Yes, actually.
Could I just follow up on a point before Mr. Kowalski comes up? We dive back into his experience and operational knowledge and so forth. You had mentioned something I wanted to talk about. Like I mentioned, I was going to jump around a bit. Why pause the international operations to focus on Nevada? And you have no revenue stream right now in Nevada, and it's probably minimal for the foreseeable future.
Yeah, so I
Please
think
explain.
so I think it's really important what Glenn just said, which is it's about focus, right? And as you've hinted at, we are a smaller company. I think it's really critical, especially as a smaller company, but I think bigger companies should have better focus too, to just have incredible laser focus. We want to make sure that we're not biting off more than we can chew, that we're not trying to tackle more than we can handle. This is going to be a big endeavor for us, but we are up for the challenge. And it doesn't make sense to be trying to do this and 10 other things outside the country as well. The revenue that we had outside the US is about $100,000 a month. That may feel like a lot, but for a company of our aspirations, it's just not that meaningful. The meaningful real part of this is what we're doing here in Nevada.
That was top line, 100,000 or bottom?
Just revenue, top line revenue, correct?
Top line. Okay,
Yeah.
so your bottom line revenue would have been.
Well, I mean, as a company, no, we're not profitable right now.
Yeah,
if that's what you're asking.
Okay.
Right.
But that's what just it gives me pause as to why you'd make a decision to stop that revenue stream when you don't have anything coming in Nevada. It's a decision you got to make. You've got limited resources, but it seems that you're suggesting you've got a lot of experience doing that. Everything's going swimmingly, and then you say, well, I don't want to do that anymore.
There's marketing costs, there's customer support costs, there's customer support that we have going on, there's finance and accounting that goes into that. There's work that goes into managing that. It's not just set it and forget it type of thing.
So as an ongoing operation, you're basically saying that's a financial strain as well.
Yes, correct.
Okay, so because I mean, you're generating revenue, but it takes more manpower to actually generate a profit there. You didn't ramp down your staffing though, up for your sports betting operation?
No, because we need that staffing for Nevada.
Okay, so you've just reallocated staff.
Right.
Okay, but this team that you have on the sports betting side, they were in place already operating that international business.
Right, correct. Yep.
International business. Everything was predicated upon you having this license in Curacao. I read an opinion which basically didn't give me a lot of knowledge as to why you're suggesting, but in your opening that allowed you to do what you were doing operationally in the sports betting. I'd like to understand what was done so that you were comfortable, you knew those markets felt you were in compliance with their laws. Because the way I read things, it was more of the reverse.
Well, so we obviously have international gaming attorneys that specialize in this area. And they did all of this work to prepare, of course, the legal research, the legal opinion, and to give us confidence that we could be operating in these markets. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Were they ever tasked with saying, these are the 10 markets, go tell us that based upon the fact that we have this license in Curacao, pointing down their south, that we can do that activity based upon with those laws in those countries state?
Yes, in
without
fact,
us needing to procure an additional approval, be it technical or regulatory.
yes, in fact, there were additional countries we could have even been operating in, but we chose not to do so because, again, we wanted to make sure it was enough that we can manage ourselves. There were probably, actually, I think there were like 75 plus countries that we could have been in with this, but we chose to be in 10 because it was the most manageable for us, given the stage that we're at.
But you had legal opinions that told you that those markets were available to you.
Yes.
That those laws did not prohibit you from doing that activity without having a license in those markets.
Correct.
I've not seen that information.
That should have been shared as part of the.
We shared the legal memo that your law firm did at the end date. I believe you're talking about preliminary due diligence when you.
Just so you know what I have, what it says, it basically looks at the approval you received in Curacao.
Right.
And looking at it from the eyes or the lens of the regulatory authorities down there, stating, yeah, with this, you.
Sorry, no, we don't have it from the regulators in those countries. We have it from our attorneys. My apologies, I misunderstood.
That is
Sure.
exactly my question.
Sure,
I wasn't
no
looking
problem.
that you actually had an opinion from those regulators.
No, sorry, no.
But you did get some legal advice that those countries were available to you to operate in.
That's correct.
Okay, because that's not been shared as part of the materials here. That's kind of what I was looking for. I think what was provided more recently was a view from the authorities of Curacao.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
You did touch upon a little bit on your historical operations, and so again, not necessarily profitable overseas, but it did seem, from what I could note or glean from your financials, that you did have a lot of activity. So you had a lot of sports betting
volume. Yeah.
Sports betting margins are, everybody says slim. I don't want to say slim, but 5% or so. The top line revenues that I saw with betting seem to be pretty high.
Yeah, but our margins that we take, we were charging significantly less. Part of that was just to get to market a little bit faster. That's kind of a typical strategy within this world is, hey, you can undercut the competition. So if other competitors are charging 6-7%, we came in at 2 to 3%. So on say 6 million in betting volume, we're only making 120,000, on that. So it may feel like a lot as top line betting handle. But the margins on that are actually not that huge.
And what was the bulk of the activity from your operations over there? Was it straight betting or was it peer-to-peer?
Most of it, 90% of it was actually straight betting.
Straight betting.
Correct.
Did you reskin it for the different countries that you were offering in so that it was in their language?
No, we did not.
It was all in English?
It was all in English.
I think I'll hold off for a moment, Chair Gibson.
Okay. Member Watkins, please.
Just a couple of clarifying questions. You said that the peer-to-peer is not going to be offered in the U.S. if you're approved?
Correct.
Not at this time, but is that the plan in the future?
We'd like to pursue that. Certainly, we believe it's a good offering for consumers, but we understand that that has to go through a much stricter, more rigorous certification and testing. So we don't want that to get in the way of coming in. We believe even just on our ease of use, our UX, our design, we've taken a lot of time to make sure the performance and loading times are very fast in our app. We believe we can even gain a nice market share here in Nevada without the peer-to-peer or without the cryptocurrencies piece. So we're not worried or that concerned about that right now.
Okay. And you said that you offer esports tournaments in other places?
Yeah, so this is something that we started to get into about a year ago. So those old rec sports features that I mentioned where we ran leagues and tournaments or tournament organizers could run those, we started running esports tournaments because, with millennials and Gen Y and Gen Z, they just love playing video games. And they're very competitive in doing so. And so we just believe from a content perspective, and this is more of a marketing effort, that by hosting or having esports tournaments in our app, again, not here, that actually can drive just a lot of good social media content, word of mouth, that sort of thing, which is, something that we can eventually use as a marketing arm. Now, I will also say that, esports betting is legal here. And we do plan on offering betting on organized esports competitions, not of course the ones that are in our app, because that's not happening here. But like games like Counter-Strike Go, League of Legends, that sort of thing. Those are organized competitions that can offer betting on that. And that's something that we do plan on doing, yes.
Just hold on one second. So those have to be approved by our enforcement division, right?
Right.
Each wager. That's how that works.
But do you plan separate from the betting portion on hosting the tournaments in the future?
No.
Another follow-up on the international front, I had just missed here. Australia, it seemed there was a bit of communication with the authorities over there.
Yes.
Essentially saying, hey, if you're going to do this activity in Australia, you need to get licensed, you decide to pull back.
Yep.
Is there any other market that, and I don't want to characterize that you were sanctioned there. It's basically, hey guys, remember, we've got some rules over here you need to follow as well. Is there any other market internationally or anywhere in the world that has ever communicated with you and said, what you're doing right now is not legal under our laws, or cease and desist or whatever?
No other markets.
What you'll find is a lot of these markets don't even know that you exist, especially if you're a little small and you fly under the radar. So I do have a question as to whether or not what your activities were in those markets were legal or not. I have nothing to suggest they were not.
Sure.
I just want to, I wish I would have that greater comfort level as we're talking up here right now to say, hey, yeah, what you guys are doing is fine. You didn't just merely fly under the radar and therefore never were sanctioned.
Yeah, I mean, so I would agree that we're not as big as some of our competitors, for sure. But I mean, $6 to $7 million a month in betting handles, nothing either. I would assume, I mean, we literally only had one customer in Australia when they sent us that letter. So if we have just one customer in a jurisdiction and they're able to do that, I would imagine lots of customers in other areas that would have been a problem.
Just a nod to our friends down below. They are on things, so they'll. I'm not surprised that you crossed their radar.
Sure.
Quick question. Oh, before you done.
No, go ahead.
Zen Sports is supposed to be primarily operating its information service out of California. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you see any drawbacks to that?
As an organizational structure?
Or compliant as a matter of our compliance standards?
Well, from a technology perspective, we're meeting all the technology requirements that we need to be, here, for example, servers via NSA and Switch that are here in Nevada. It's just the incorporation. That's actually the Zen Sports Inc. is actually incorporated in Delaware. It's just our offices actually in California. And I actually believe Zen Sports Information Services that's in Nevada. That's a Nevada LLC. That's right.
And the technology is in Nevada.
And the technology is in Nevada. So nothing for Zen Sports Information Services is outside Nevada.
I was going to jump topics.
Okay, well, yeah, I mean, if it's not related to financing, probably financing.
Nope, not
Okay.
not at the moment. More operational. So you did mention a couple of third-party data suppliers. I can't recall their names, but you're essentially sourcing your data from them, running it through your Better widget, and then providing that over to your back end of your system to provide odds and prices. So,
right.
Question for you, Mr.
Mm-hmm.
The activities of those two companies, why would they not need to have an information service license as well?
Because they're not providing anything to a licensed sportsbook. In the NRS provision, it says you have to be licensed if you're providing information to the licensee. In that case, they're not. They would be providing it to Zen Sports LLC. The LLC would be providing it to the licensed sportsbook, being Zen Sports, and any other possible sportsbook in Nevada to create further revenue streams. So that's the trigger.
So by inserting a shell, I don't want to say shell, inserting a company in between those two, we just get around that whole notion of requiring an information service to be licensed.
You're correct. And you said shell, and to be fair, that's what the board originally said. Hey, is this just a shell? And then we worked extremely closely with them to say, no, this is what we're not just simply moving that information on. We are taking that information, we are making it our own. We're doing several things to it, and then we're distributing it.
But what you're saying is even if it was a shell doing nothing, it could pass legal muster still.
My interpretation of the law would be yes, but we seem to get some pushback on that, in our communications. And so we played with the GCB and
I mean, rightfully so, right? Otherwise,
Mhm.
why even have this statute,
Yeah.
on the books? I grapple with that. I know it's been on the books for a number of decades there. And things continue to morph and certainly evolve within the sports betting industry right now as everybody comes in with a new sort of construct. This is probably the very first time that we're considering an application where it's simply going to be a book with a mobile app only.
Mhm.
And as part of that, you're saying, yeah, that then meets the intent of what is on the books right now, in that you need to have a sports betting. You need to first have an unrestricted license, which is a sub license in this case. Then you need to have your sports betting system, and then you can have your account wagering piece as well. And and by the way, now we're going to have an information service over here, although they're not really an information service because they're supplying to this company, not this. That's why I said there's a lot of moving parts in how you've constructed this. I'm not saying this is not the way the world is going. It's just a lot to sort of process. And I've had to read it numerous times so I get my head wrapped around why this should be allowed, and not to mention the fact that we're dealing with all of the experience questions. I will say, I'm just getting ahead of myself here, I'm satisfied on the sports betting side. You are a startup. Everybody has the right to try to succeed or fail so long as they are found suitable under 463170 in terms of those provisions. So the fact that you've backfilled with experience from Mr. Kowalski, which I know we're going to hear from in a second, I'm getting more comfortable with that, but I'll pause on sharing my further thoughts on that front.
And I'm glad that you're comfortable on the sports betting side, and from the slot machine side. I know that it's not a restricted location. I know that restricted locations are governed differently, but effectively we have twice as many machines as a restricted location, and we're using a slot route operator. That's no different than if I was to come in and purchase a tavern with 15 machines and use a slot route operator. I've doubled the number of machines, but we have the experience in the slot route operator and with Mr. Kowalski to adequately address that. And again, it's right size. We're not buying the Venetian here. It's a very small.
Yeah, I'm not going to agree with everything you just said there, but I get your point on that. But as far as the data suppliers, again, information service, they're not providing that data nor charging this non-restricted licensee as the sportsbook operator, and therefore you're saying that boards with our.
Yes.
I'll hold on for now.
So I've read and written a number of opinions that are similar to the one that you provided to us, that you claim provided a basis for you, a legal basis for you to operate in certain European jurisdictions. And I just wanted to point out a few of the assumptions, because the assumptions that's where the meat is, right? So there are a number of assumptions, but I'll start with G. That Zen will not take any discretionary action in the future that would result in violation of law under Zen Sports Limited Internet Gaming Sub-License, the Caraselli license, right? So that's an assumption, right? That you won't do X. Zen will obtain and maintain all permits and government approvals required in the future, and that all actions similarly required relevant to the performance of the services offered by Zen. So you're going to get any licenses required, assumption, right? That all requisite government and regulatory approvals for the execution, delivery, and performance of the services offered by Zen have been obtained, assumption, based on your representations, right?
Yep.
What's left?
For us here in Nevada?
No, I mean, for your operations in Europe. And I ask this question because we've dealt with other, I'll call them internet gaming operators that are partner various licensees here in the state, and the blacklisting and whitelisting of certain European jurisdictions has been a point of contention, right? So I'll go on. So on the final page, each assumption specifically described in this memorandum is made with your express consent and approval, right? Assumption made by you, or made by representation, or it's accepted according to the representation you made. However, in this memorandum, we have not relied on information or assumption otherwise appropriate in the circumstances. If we have knowledge that the information or assumptions false, or if we have knowledge of the facts, then under the circumstances would make the reliance unreasonable. So I just want to point out that there's really nothing here. I mean, once you accept those assumptions that you've provided, there's nothing left. And so you really charged forward based on a fairly weak document.
So,
Sorry, go ahead. That document was prepared after the fact. It wasn't a due diligence. I believe that the opinion letter that you're looking at was prepared after the fact that we provided to the agents. That was not the due diligence that they initially relied upon when going into that.
well, that was from our other attorneys that are international. That's correct. But just let me, address your question there. So, clearly, having a Curaçao license and using reciprocation of that plus legal opinions is not as probably ironclad as a country-specific license. I think we can all agree on that. And I think that moving forward, if we were to try to expand to any international locations, we would be looking at country-specific licenses there.
Right. You've used the term pause, right? You've paused your international operations. I would just say
we've ceased. I mean, we are not taking bets.
So I've heard different terms then. Ceased, paused. So going forward, I would just suggest you be cautious.
Sure.
This opinion doesn't. I mean, there are other opinions you claim, but this opinion provides no basis for doing almost anything. It's all based on what you represent, right? So I'll leave that there.
Yeah, I'll just add on to that because that was the document I was sort of touching upon, which was I didn't get anything out of it, frankly. And I was looking for more there, not to begrudge the fact that I don't have that or begrudge you, because we just did seek that it would see. But a lot of the, of course, European countries in particular, I've got some experience over there, understand more on the online casino gambling side of it, land-based versus the specific sports book. Sports is very specific over there and separate and distinct in nearly all cases that I'm familiar with. But they would oftentimes essentially say, no, we have a monopoly over this, and it's going to be state run or what have you. In some of the countries, I would think, again, I don't have all the information to be able to refute the fact that you were legal or not. So I'm just going to process it as I've seen it, based upon your opinion and my knowledge of the markets. That I don't have any further questions on that is what I'm getting at, but I didn't have a lot of comfort level necessarily.
On that note, if Zen Sports was granted a Nevada license, we would explicitly know that we cannot operate in any illegal jurisdictions without jeopardizing our Nevada license. So we would work with the Gaming Control Board and advise them of any jurisdictions that we were going to open up to outside of the United States prior to doing so again. And if you even wanted a condition on the license that was to say we won't operate outside the United States without, in a particular jurisdiction without the express permission of the board, we'd be happy to do so.
And that wouldn't be something I'm interested in. I was sort of clumsily trying to state that I don't have a huge comfort level there, but I don't necessarily have a reason to state, no, you were operating illegal there either, and I wouldn't be looking for action. I did want to pivot over to operational again in the structure and the setup of what you guys were planning to do now beyond what we've already discussed, if that's okay, Chair Gibson. So in terms of your architecture now, you're utilizing it's going to be at NSA, I think is what you said, right? At the Switch database here in Las Vegas.
That's correct.
You're going to be using third parties, putting it through your widget, supplying those lines, prices and odds, et cetera, to your bet management system. Are you familiar with one of the provisions that we have on the books, probably more for you, Mr. Light, Reg 22010? So that is the account wagering piece, the account wagering system.
Yes.
Okay. So in that definition, it says certain components need to reside within the state of Nevada. Everything I've seen so far suggests on the sports betting side, apart from the folks that you plan to hire at Big Wheel and the folks that might be on-prem over at Baldini's, I'm not sure where exactly everybody's going to be. Seems like you guys are going to be managing things from West Hollywood.
At the corporate level, that's correct.
At the corporate level,
Yes.
okay, but you're also going to be managing lines, odds, et cetera, from over there, any customer service from West Hollywood?
Yes. So, I mean, we do, because of COVID, have a distributed team. So a couple of things. Let me just unpack some of this. So the customer support team is distributed, one person in Ohio, one person in Florida. So that's customer support. They don't touch any odds. They don't touch any lines. They just respond to customer inquiries. And if it's anything beyond their traditional scope of just basic knowledge, they flag it up the poll for review. In terms of all odds, lines, and technical work that goes into it, that's managed by Eitan and his team. One of the team members is in Canada, the other's in Amsterdam.
Sorry, where?
Sorry, one of the team members is in Toronto.
Mhm.
The other team members in Amsterdam.
Okay.
And so they are the ones. They're the back end team. They handle all of the back end operations, and that includes all the algorithms for the lines, just the databases, the back end architecture, everything.
So I just want to draw your attention to that provision.
Sure.
Which states, and I think customer service representative is one of them as well. Those are components that are required for that definition to be within the state of Nevada. That's not something before us at this moment right now, because that's something that would probably, would certainly be vetted as part of the approval or going live as part of your mix submissions and ICPs and so forth. But I do want to draw your attention to that because I think it gets overlooked sometimes.
Is that for the in-person sports book or also the mobile wagering?
It's for the account wagering system, which frankly is going to be your system.
And we would work with board staff to ensure that.
Sorry?
We would work with the gaming control board staff to make sure that everything that needs to be in Nevada is in Nevada.
And I'll draw your attention to one provision in there too. It says systems operate as well. So a lot of those people and components you're discussing right now, what I would in my mind be classified as a systems operator, patron service representatives, permanent databases, et cetera. There's a few things delineated within that provision there. Okay. As far as your approval and your time, I want to go back to that. You've got your system right now being certified or tested, I should say, from BMM. And where are you at in that? Because just looking at it as an outsider, that it would be almost nearly impossible to get that up and running in 6 months, but happy to hear.
Okay, so they're just about to begin their audit, the final part of it. We should have the report next week or two, based on the timeline that they just let us know about. So no, they've been testing it for the last 3 months.
Okay, and then if it goes on to, I'm gonna start to expose myself here because I can't recall if it goes on to field trial within that time frame, would that satisfy or qualify?
Yes.
Yes. Oh, sorry, go ahead. Right, so we could get the license, operate the mobile app at Big Wheel, and that would be our field trial location.
And that, Mr. McGaugh, I'm gonna look over to you. Is that accurate? I hate to put you on the spot on that, it's a nuanced question. If it would go live at that point in time under a field trial, would that actually suffice the 6 month? And if it doesn't, by the way, I guess the remedy is to request a waiver at that point.
Correct. We could always request a waiver, but my understanding is you cannot field trial a product without being a licensee.
That's right.
Well, you could not. Well, go ahead and please explain that, because my question was whether you can't activate your license unless you go live. Though.
The satellite license, the home-based license can be, and he's correct that you cannot go into field trial unless you're a licensee.
You'd be a licensee at Big Wheel, right?
Right.
But your sports book wouldn't go live until it's certified. So, or until it gets allowed for on field trial.
Right.
Yeah, that's kind of a chicken before the egg kind of argument there. Yeah, they are correct that you can't do a field trial. It must be done at a licensed operation because it must be evaluated by you need input from that licensed operation. As to whether or not you can activate a license at the same time you're doing a field trial.
That's the question.
Yeah, and that's a little more difficult to answer. It would require a little more research on that.
Okay. But we have a simple remedy if that we do run into an issue there. As you mentioned, you just would request a waiver under 408.
Yeah, for a unique situation, that would probably be sufficient.
Which I'm looking to the future that, okay, the system's not ready for deployment. So I'm not actually activating my race and sportsbook license.
You would, where would the waiver come from?
Would they not need to request a waiver because they haven't activated the race and sportsbook license because they haven't actually deployed a system that allows them to activate?
Correct. The waiver of the
activation of the race and sportsbook license.
Yeah, they would require that. Yeah.
I think we'd have a good faith argument to request such a waiver if we needed one.
Okay.
What's the status of your applications in Tennessee and Virginia?
So those are on pause until we get the Nevada license. We wanted to go in there with having this because we believe this is the gold standard, and Tennessee and Virginia are newer to the sports betting markets. So we requested that those be put on pause. We requested, they did not. And so from our perspective, we want to have this under our belt. And then we would move forward with asking them to finish processing. In fact, they actually followed up with us this summer and said, hey, do you want us to process this? And we said, no, just keep that on pause until we have finished our Nevada license application process.
Your sport tokens was an investment vehicle, correct?
The sports security tokens in the presentation, correct? Yeah. On slide 20.
So the tokens are no longer available. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do you plan on issuing them at any time in the future again?
No, these were created, just a quick little 30, 60 seconds on this. These were issued at a time when the thought was that security instruments in general, stocks, bonds, et cetera, would become digitized. This was December of 2018. So we wanted to create our sports security tokens as a different mechanism for being able to raise funding. And the reality is that the markets for that just really never materialized. And so there's no reason to keep these around. All of the investors in our company have the safes, which then will convert to equity. We granted these basically for free. The only person that purchased the tokens was myself. And so from a perspective of, is there anything that we can legitimately really do with these moving forward? The answer is no. So we're not doing anything with these moving forward.
There was some concerns about your cash flow. Do you want to talk about that?
Individually or as a company?
Individually.
So yeah, a couple of things. My last company, Resio, that got acquired, it was a small exit, but it gave me something that allowed me to invest funds into Zen Sports. I went 50 months without a paycheck from November 2016 to October 2016 to December 2020. Just started collecting a paycheck this past December for $75,000. So I went a long time without any kind of salary myself. And I also invested $300,000 of my own money into Zen Sports. So I'm all in on this company. And so I basically purposely realized that my cash flow would be in a very rough situation personally, because I believe in this company. And so I've made all the sacrifices necessary to make this company go. Yeah, I'm not going to apologize for that. But yes, it does mean that I a little bit live paycheck to paycheck personally, but the company, I mean, we're fine. And that just means that I care that much about this. And from a fiduciary standpoint, I manage everything for this company, as if it was my own.
Yeah, thank you for saying that. Thank you for offering that explanation. Because my next concern was, it seems like a lot of people involved are like repeat founders. Like a lot of people they found different companies in your executive level. And so I was going to ask about like your long-term commitment, but given what you just said, it seems like you're pretty committed as far as long-term goes, right?
Yeah, failure is not an option at this point.
I understand. I understand completely. Thank you.
Sure.
To that point, just
Quickly comment on your personal situation. So you're on the agenda in addition to all of these other applications for a variety of things that are very unusual, candidly. But I mean, nonetheless, they're on here. You're on the agenda for licensure as an officer, shareholder, and/or director, right? As CEO. In addition to limited capitalization, when you're a startup, which is unusual, you've struggled some, and you talked a little bit about that, your own personal debt, right? So you have outstanding debt, you have back payments that you owe to the IRS, for example. Why should we repose faith in you as the CEO when it seems like you've had significant or substantial problems managing your own finances?
Well, I haven't had problems managing the finances. As I mentioned, I purposely sacrificed my income for this company to be able to both fund it with my own personal funds, as well as to go without a paycheck.
Okay, can I stop you there?
Sure.
And so you sacrifice. So the IRS taxes and the state of California franchise tax, those aren't those are non-negotiable.
Right. And I have payment plans set up with them.
But they're not negotiable.
Correct.
Right. Okay. Correct. All right.
How did those come about?
So from the real estate investing that I was doing between 2004 and 2018, there were a few properties I sold in 2018 that ended up having tax obligations with those. And because I wasn't collecting a paycheck, I didn't have the means to pay for those taxes right then and there. So I set up payment plans with both the IRS and the California franchise tax.
Okay, I would agree. It's no small feat to go 50. You said 50 months without a paycheck. Yeah. But it's a decision. Obviously, you're going into that knowing that there's going to be a long tail, perhaps,
Sure.
The venture like this, where you may have to suffer and eat top ramen. We all did in college and have it.
Sure. But like I said, I haven't avoided those obligations. I have been making payments and under payment plans for both of those. And all my credit card debt, I make those payments every single month.
Okay, that was
so I don't miss any payments on anything.
Okay, that was my next question. If you're up to date and everything.
Absolutely.
And I guess in these cases, are you up to date as well, or was there still one to be negotiated as far as the payment plan?
So the IRS one, our CPA submitted the request for the payment plan earlier this year. And because of COVID, they've been kind of sitting on it. But as soon as they process it, I mean, it was requested. It was requested a while ago.
And the California one, that's the plan that's already in place?
Yeah, so I'm already paying that. It's $285 a month.
Okay.
So right now, you just have you have taxes owed to the IRS, no plan in place.
We submitted the request.
Right, but they have to accept it.
Yeah, but they will. I mean, our CPA is very confident. There's no reason why they won't.
And he's an employee of the IRS?
She actually is a former IRS agent herself. She's a private CPA now.
I was kidding, of course. There's no way to predict that, but okay. What are your prospects for funding going forward?
Yep. So we've raised $6.9 million to date.
Right.
We have a lot of investors that are ready to invest in us again. Because I don't want to violate Reg D 506B of the SEC, I can't comment specifically on our fundraising plans, but we definitely have fundraising plans to raise a very substantial round in the very near future, and we definitely have the investor prospects to be able to do so.
Cash on hand right now. About that?
Approximately $875.
Okay. How is that going to be sufficient for the bankroll requirements in your operations just to get off the ground?
So we provided the statement of cash flows for Big Wheel and Baldini's. And from a cash flow perspective, I mean, again, it's very small operations. The expenses are quite low. Baldini's is profitable, so there's no issues there.
Do you recall what your bankroll requirements were for both of those?
It was in the 400s. No, I don't think it was that. I think it was in the 3s. It was definitely not anywhere near.
When you say the 875, though, as I looked at your financial, that seemed to encompass amounts that were not necessarily cash and necessarily liquid.
No,
correct?
that's what we have as of the
liquid cash.
Yeah. That's what we have in our Wells Fargo.
Yeah, that was one point I couldn't recall because I thought some of it was a component had to do with crypto as well. Or?
We do have that, but that's separate.
Okay,
that's completely separate. Yes, a separate asset.
Okay. Yeah, it's just getting tight. So there's some plans there for some further fundraising.
Yeah, and we absolutely have plenty of investors that are very interested in backing us as we grow here, 100%.
Okay, well, I mean, because I'm sure Mr. Light's already explained to you, we also have to judge their good character. And I'll say that from my perspective, nothing in from a criminal perspective or background perspective, even, it jumps out at us whatsoever, or at me whatsoever, because we're all independent here. So what I'm saying, I'm sharing my own views now. But as far as your financial wherewithal, we do have to gauge that too. And then so I look at, okay, what's the risk to the state with respect to your operation, right? If you were coming in here with that sort of capitalization, you wanted a big casino on the strip,
Right.
you wouldn't be, right? What you're intending to do requires, less, but you gotta, you've got some belt tightening probably until you get some further fund.
Yeah, and we're expecting to raise some funding in the very, very, very near future, and a pretty substantial amount. Again, I can't comment specifically because I don't want to.
I imagine some of that is based or predicated upon success before this board and the commission.
That's correct.
Sure, understandably so.
Right.
I get.
It's a big milestone for us, so that would be. Yeah, we won't have any issues raising funding if we're able to secure the license.
And do you have other licensing ongoing right now? I know a couple were mentioned within our report, but I'll leave it to you.
We would finish those up after we get this, and then finalize those post funding of the next round.
There's two that were
Just Virginia.
Is that accurate, or is there more?
Just Virginia and Tennessee.
Sorry?
Just Virginia and Tennessee.
Okay. I didn't want to share because I wasn't exactly sure if you were comfortable with that.
That's okay. Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
So you've paused those. Do you actually submit it though?
Yep, that was our choice. And like I mentioned to Brittany, they followed up with us to see if we wanted to continue on. We just said, just put those on hold right now. We need to focus on Nevada.
Just going back quickly to your individuals who will be handling the technology. It's correct that, is it still correct that there will be two individuals that will report to your CTO?
Yes, that's correct.
And what kind of experience or expertise do those individuals have?
Very deep back-end coding and architecture experience. I provided those to Investigator Butler yesterday upon request. So yeah, very strong on that. Also strong on the server side, the infrastructure side, database side. So those three, Aton, RA, and Ahmed, they focus all on the back end piece of it, which is obviously the core architecture of everything.
I'm sorry, just generally, if you can recite their formal training.
I'm sorry?
Their formal training.
Generally, if you recall their formal training.
Sure. So they each have at least 7 years of, again, back-end architecture experience. What that means is they can code all of the back-end that's required. So they can code, all of the features, all of the algorithms that we talked about, all of those features. They can set up the database tables that has all the customer account information, et cetera, right? And then from the server side, so we talked about NSA and switch. So they have the experience on which servers do we need, getting those servers set up, migrating everything over to that. I don't have the specific companies offhand that they worked at prior to this, but they should be included in what was sent. We'd be happy to provide that again if needed.
You said yesterday you sent it?
Danielle, I believe Investigator Butler asked us for it yesterday, so I sent it yesterday.
It's included in the memo.
Okay.
Yeah, all the typical coding languages, all the typical, server experience, database experience. Both of them have extensive experience in those areas.
Have you seen the conditions that are recommended?
For the license? Yes. Glenn shared them with me previously.
And what are your thoughts?
It all sounds extremely reasonable. We're well aware of what we need to do. And then going back to, his point before about the, cash flow situation, obviously from a reserve perspective, we know that we have to meet those reserves to make sure that we are always in compliance, as well as the other, stipulations that were previously made to us. But I've reviewed everything that's Glenn had shared.
And a couple of conditions have already been approved, already been satisfied, I should say. Surveillance, Mr. Kowalski filed his key employee application last month, but it says, he has 60 days after licensure. So we've reviewed, we're comfortable with all of them, and we've satisfied a few.
If I may, just going back to your own personal sort of financial issues, it's not unusual for founder CEOs to have bankruptcies and all kinds of financial. I mean, that's part of the. So, I just wanted to note that for the record. Candidly, it's not unusual at all.
Thank you.
So, do you have any additional questions, Saros? I'm sure you do, but
I could keep going. No, I mean, I think on the company operationally, background, financial, I've got the answers, and we've had the dialogue that I think needed to be laid down on the record. We've not necessarily heard from Mr. Strachey Shalom versus Mr. Thomas. We do have Mr. Kowalski here. I wouldn't mind hearing from him. In fact, I'd like to hear from him just operationally on his background, not for licensing, sir, but it speaks to the experience that's needed in order for an operation like this to really, happen.
yeah, please come up. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Robert Kowalski. I want to thank you, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. I was born in Brooklyn. I graduated from St. John's University with a degree in sports management and stadium and arena management in 1995. Worked for the New York Mets Baseball Club for 10 years, mainly in their ticketing operations on a brand new architecture that they built in-house to manage their inventory. And discovered the world of sports betting here in Nevada in 1999 and completely fell in love with it. My first job in the sportsbook industry was at the Barbary Coast as a ticket writer in 2004. My very first day, I already had a transaction on a multiple transaction log, so I already knew everything that was included with compliance from a very, very early point in my career. I supervised the El Cortez Sportsbook for a short while. I opened Wynn Las Vegas's Racing Sportsbook. I managed the counter operation for Cantor Gaming at the Venetian for a short while before opening Winners Bayonne, which is a off-track betting facility under the umbrella of Meadowlands Racetrack in New Jersey. And so I was certified by the New Jersey Gaming Commission there as the director of operations. I came back to run the race books under William Hill US, 13 properties there, of course, from Reno, locally here in Vegas, Laughlin, Pahrump, other locations. Found great opportunities with Station as I came and ran Baldini's under Station Casinos as a sportsbook satellite in Reno. And then was asked by the Vice President of Operations of Wildfire Gaming, along with the Vice President of Sportsbook, Art Manteris, to come and run the Wildfire Gaming Division sportsbooks. And so it was 6 properties under the Wildfire umbrella, in addition to Baldini Sportsbook. And so a lot of travel, but I completely have a great passion for it and really enjoy making sure that the brand is represented very, very well. And so while I was running the sportsbook operations for Wildfire Gaming, the Vice President of Operations asked to become the general manager of 2 of the properties, to step aside from sports and manage the properties of the Greens, Wildfire Anthem, and then Wildfire Valley View. It was a really wonderful experience because then I got to know a brand new profit center, of course, which was slots. And not only was it slots, but it was also food and beverage and everything else in between to make sure that the P&Ls, looked appropriate. And so with all that experience, I was then offered the position to run the sportsbook, which was the independent sportsbook for Baldini's. Here we are just a few years ago. And so we are running it independently, successfully, happily to say, I have a very, very tiny team there. but we have about a half century's worth of sportsbook experience, and I feel very fortunate to have them along with me to run a great operation at Baldini's. And so today, I will be overseeing not only the Baldini Sportsbook, but the Big Wheel property as well, which again, not the largest of slot operations. It's similar in form to both the Greens and Wildfire Valley View, and so I understand it, very well. And most importantly, Chair Gibson, members of the board, I do understand how important compliance is, and the understanding of all the gaming regulations in the six that I've studied for many, many years. And so this is where I'm at today. I'm very excited about the opportunities that are coming ahead and everything that I've done to this point.
I'll tell you this, you've got a tremendous background. I mean, just an outstanding background. And you may save this application. If it is approved or recommended for approval, it would probably be, at least for my part, based in large part on the fact that you're associated with this group, given your experience. Do you have any questions of him, please?
I didn't. I just I wanted to hear from you, hear that experience, particularly on the sports side as well as on the slot side too, because you are filling that void, as Chair Gibson is suggesting. So yeah, key component here.
And just to reiterate, he has filed his key employee application. So if we are licensed, we will be back before you.
Just one question: how often do you plan to be out at Big Wheel?
Well, as a resident, I actually reside in Reno, and so it's a short drive for me. It's something, driving for me is old hat. I used to get around when I used to live here in Vegas for 14, 15 years, and so the drive to me is no problem at all. The manager that's there, she's been at the property for 14 years. A little bit of a different lifestyle. Everyone kind of knows each other, and I believe that she's put together a really fantastic team that knows the locals very well, and that's something that I really pride myself on, is to get in front of the counter and get to know every person and ask them, what do you think about what we have to offer here? And so I feel very comfortable knowing that, it's going to be a commute that'll happen very regularly.
Okay, thank you for that. And then any further questions?
Yeah, please go ahead.
I don't have any questions, but thank you for being here. And I concur with what my colleagues have said. Your being a part of this team provides me with some additional.
I feel very grateful to hear that. Thank you.
Well, let's pull it back then for discussion about how to handle this. So, I mean, one of the challenges in a very mature market, that is sports wagering, or just generally, is that we're used to dealing with capitalization structures that are very different than yours. I mean, I can't even begin to tell you how different they are. And with people who have far more experience, with the exception of Mr. Kowalski. So that said, I mean, you have put forward, I mean, it's sort of belt and suspenders, I mean, candidly, as far as your capitalization structure and even your team, with the exception of one person. And I don't want to stifle innovation. That's one of the things that I struggle with, is I don't. I think there's a lot of risk in this proposal, and that's discomforting. But you've got one person at least who's willing to take a risk, who I think could have many other opportunities. So that's sort of the, I mean, there are issues here that we've talked about. I think we've gone through them, and each individual member may have his or her concerns. But that's sort of how I would summarize it. What do you all think about going forward on this?
Sure, I'll jump in.
Please.
Yeah, I echo that. A lot of what we do up here is manage risk too, right? Trying to gauge your suitability, your ability to operate in this market. It's really heavily regulated. You're going to engross yourself even more, I suspect, but you're going to lean very heavily on Mr. Kowalski in order to fill that void of operational experience on the slot side. You do have some experience already on the sportsbook side. I've got less of a concern there. Your capitalization does concern, but taking everything into account, I don't want to stifle you from attempting to succeed or fail, right? That's up to you. That's what Vegas was built on, Nevada as well. risk takers, and then along with some other things too. Capital was a very big component as well. But nevertheless, the risk that I see you posing to the state is very minimal for your type of operation. I wish, assuming this goes forward, I would wish you nothing but success. But those are a lot of things that gave us pause. I'm sure Mr. Light's been through this numerous times, so he could see where a lot of the questions are going. He probably wasn't surprised by the fact that we had these questions. So as I mentioned, I see very little risk. I think you've met that burden, at least from my perspective, in order to have the opportunity to succeed or fail. I probably, well, and I would hope maybe perhaps that an entrepreneur like yourself might bring something to the state that brings a better widget and actually elevates us to a higher level. I mean, small company, you never know what can happen. I think, Zuckerberg at one point, he didn't invent, social media, but he took MySpace, chucked it out the door and created something better. Started with a couple of guys over in Harvard, right? So that said, I would be more comfortable, and I would probably defer to my colleagues just to hear their thoughts on this with a 2-year limitation. Not for any reason other than what we discussed on the record, nothing to do from a probity standpoint, but because I'm not fully comfortable with moving forward without that type of limitation being placed on here, because I'd like to have the opportunity to have a relook at you in a couple of years. Mr. Light, I don't know if you wanted to speak to that, what your thoughts were on that.
Yeah, we have no issue with that.
Okay.
We just want to get up and running, and that would let us do so.
Okay. So that's kind of where my head was, throughout this discussion, which would give me greater comfort, even to then give my stamp of approval at least. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you. Member Watkins, what are your thoughts?
I have similar thoughts in that I want to see the industry move forward, and I am really rooting for you, especially given your testimony earlier, like like failure is not an option. I appreciate that passion and that drive. The financing and the risk related to experience, especially with regard to your technology team and the lack of formal training, although I understand that you can, receive a good education, especially like with regard to tech, without having that formal training. It's just that, we don't really have anything to gauge it by, right? I think I am in support of the 2-year limitation, but I would also like the board to consider having someone in place with regard to compliance, because who specifically they're tasked with making sure that your company is in compliance with board regulations.
So how soon would you want that to take place?
I would say in the next 6 months, since you said that was something that was feasible in 6 months or so.
Would we have to wait for our license to do that, or it's condition, the license is granted and then conditional upon meeting that?
I think
if you didn't meet it, I mean, that would be a breach licensing provision.
My personal thought, if we have a 2-year limited, we'll be back here in 2 years. If issues happen with compliance, we'll be back here a lot sooner, getting fined or having our license revoked. So I would push for the 2-year limited, see how things go. We understand that we are held to the regulations and statutes and their requirements. If we fail, we fail. But we'll be back here in 2 years to address, how we've been progressing at that point, as opposed to having a condition requiring us to get a compliance officer within a set amount of time, which then that drives up competition. It makes it harder. People are going to say, you need this. It just seems to me a bit of an unfair condition.
Well, what if you were perhaps to designate Mr. Kowalski as the lead compliance individual, or something along those lines. I get what you're saying, because I think your question was more of, well, we wouldn't want that condition to be imposed upon us until we're up and running, correct? Is that what you're gonna, because you don't want to have, okay.
Yeah, I would be much more comfortable with what you just proposed of giving him a compliance designation as part of his job title and job responsibilities. And I'm sure Robert will have no issues with that. I think that makes a lot more sense. I think the notion of hiring a chief compliance officer, it's going to happen. But you know, I mean, what if it's on day 181 or something like that? And now, you know, we've got an issue. I would agree with Glenn. It feels a little unfair. I think the 2 years, you know, for us is definitely something that makes sense, and we understand. You know, you're taking a little bit of a risk on going with a company like us, but we feel the 2 years is fair, and we can definitely work to get Robert, you know, that responsibility in the meantime. I think that makes a lot of sense.
Okay, and I guess I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, I'd also like to say, because there are only 2 locations at the moment, Mr. Kowalski, he's had experience with much larger operations. So we believe that he would be able to satisfy that concern of yours.
Yeah, that's actually a good idea. And if you were sitting in our chair and you had to deal with the complaints that we deal with in the context of sports wagering systems, you would understand why Member Watkins is suggesting a compliance officer.
Yeah, I think Robert is more than up for that. And like Glenn just mentioned, it's only 2 locations. He's managed a lot more than that from a compliance standpoint. So we can make him that person, and I think we will have no issues at all.
Okay. And Chief Labadie, would that be something that we can just informally do, or do we need to add that as a condition?
Well, it sounds like where you're going, you have their word that they're making the compliance person. So if you're comfortable with that, we don't necessarily need a condition.
Okay.
If you are going to limit it, though, you need to clarify, you're going to limit the licenses, the people, everything. You need to sort that out. Otherwise, 2 years from now, everyone's going to be trying to figure out what we need to put back in the agenda.
Yeah, I put some thought into that, and I've had some discussions with Senior Dag McGaw on that. So hopefully, upon further reflection, when I make a motion, you'll give me the nod that yeah, that was sufficient or not, because the intent here is to essentially limit licenses themselves, right? And I guess the individuals themselves would naturally fall away if they were no longer tied to those licenses.
Well, I guess it depends if you want the individuals to have to reapply and go.
No, that would not, that's not my intent.
Okay, then you just want to limit the licenses of
that's where I was at, and that's what I'm suggesting. Hopefully you understood that, Mr. Light.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
So it'd be everything but the first 2 items on the agenda.
Would it be for the information service provider?
I wouldn't. I'd like that to be part of it. That's been a challenge for us. Disagree?
No, I don't disagree with that. I did not contemplate that.
Referring back to the individual that will be dedicated to compliance. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I was
Talking out loud.
Mike.
He's trying to put a motion.
Yeah. I think I feel comfortable with having, is it Robert? Responsible for compliance. And I would just like to push back a bit about the notion that that's unfair given your lack of experience in this market. I don't think that would be unfair to have someone in place who has attention to compliance. So I just want to push back against that notion of unfairness. We're tasked with the strict regulation of the gaming industry, like that's our job. So to say that it would be unfair to have somebody in place whose attention is to compliance, I disagree completely with that characterization. But I do feel comfortable with Robert being in place to handle compliance issues.
Sure. No, I definitely didn't mean it wasn't fair to have that. I just wanted to make sure from a timeline perspective, you know, that we could do it. And I think putting him in that role right now versus going out and trying to recruit somebody for that is just it's a much more palpable and faster and streamlined process than trying to go out and recruit that from scratch.
So let's bring Mr. Kowalski back up. Again, so you've done this quite a bit. You understand that as compliance officer, that you would have the duty of reporting to us any problems.
That's
Right?
absolutely correct.
As well as wagering issues, system issues, everything. Right?
Exactly. And I'm very, very comfortable with it each and every single day, whether I'm at the property or not. The first report I look at is the multiple transaction log that's been created by Stadium Technology Group's Primeline Enterprise software. And so I know each and every single day what type of transactions come across, whether it's over our counter or whether it's on a account wagering platform.
And I say that, and I assume there's an equity position for you somewhere in here. I can't find it right here, but you wouldn't be doing this if there weren't.
Right. He's becoming an employee of Zen Sports.
Yeah, but
with stock options.
Right.
Absolutely.
Okay. And so you'd have to look past your equity position and do the right thing. Otherwise, you jeopardize your entire future in this industry.
Chair Gibson, I do understand that. Yes.
Okay. Okay. All right. Well, that was a fulsome discussion. That was, but I'll tell you this: it was not much longer than the rough discussion. So this is something that we've gone through in depth and talked to council, a number of times about. So we've taken a lot of time to go through this investment issue.
Yeah, and we really appreciate your time. We know we are not, as you mentioned before, the typical potential licensees that come before you on a routine basis for a lot of reasons. And so we appreciate, your time, the investigators' time. They spend a lot of time on it as well to understand the full picture. But we do believe we're worthy of a chance to come in here and do some great things and to continue and help innovate Nevada and grow into some of those types of companies that you do have coming here on a normal basis.
Okay. All right. I think my motion maker is a side discussion. But I'm willing to entertain a motion with those conditions.
Okay, and I'm willing to supply one if you'd give me
Please,
a moment
let's
here
do this.
because I'm doing a little bit on the fly work.
So, Mr. McGaw, can you sort of listen closely and maybe this may come in pieces.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, doing this on the fly. This is my first time really trying to do that. Otherwise, I'd ask for a pause, but I think I've got it knocked out. But I did have one question with respect to what we were talking about, Chief Labadie here a minute ago, and Mr. McGaw, this is for you as well. With respect to the limitations that I was looking to impose, it was going to be a 2-year with respect to the licenses themselves, not the individuals, because it would be my understanding if those licenses went away after 2 years, the individuals would no longer be licensed either, simply because we have no underlying company to be licensed against, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, they would essentially become moot.
Moot. Okay,
Yeah.
so there's no reason to limit those. Mr. Light, you fine with that?
Yes.
Okay. So we have a very lengthy list of conditions. I didn't just hear the exchange you had a minute ago. Are you familiar with what I'm about to read off? Okay. This is probably the most lengthy one I've ever read, so bear with us here. So with that, Mr. Gibson, with your indulgence, I'll deal with the items for board consideration only with the registration of the minority equity interest holders. So as to the matter of registrations, I move to approve the applications as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Should we take that first then?
Yeah, I want to take these
Please.
two separately.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
Okay, for the balance of non-restricted item number 2, I move to recommend approval for those items as read into the record by Secretary Bell and conditioned as follows. As it concerns Zen Sports, Inc., Zen Sports, Inc. shall provide a complete list identifying the simple agreements for future equity to the Nevada Gaming, future equity safe to the Nevada Gaming Control Board every quarter by the 5th business day following the end of the quarter. Such disclosure shall include any additional personal identifying information as required by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. No simple agreements for future equity safe shall convert to equity in Zen Sports, Inc. without first satisfying the registration or licensing requirements as applicable, as set forth under the Nevada Gaming Control Board Act and regulations promulgated thereunder. Zen Sports, Inc. shall provide a complete list identifying the holders of the cryptocurrency security tokens known as Zen Sports, Inc. security or sport security tokens to the Nevada Gaming Control Board every quarter by the 5th day following the end of the quarter. Such disclosure shall include any additional personal identifying information as required by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. Zen Sports, Inc. will not make any cryptocurrency security tokens known as Zen Sports, Inc. sport security tokens distributions without prior approval on the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. Zen Sports, Inc. shall provide a complete list identifying the members of the employee stock option pool to the Nevada Gaming Control Board every quarter by the 5th business day following the end of the quarter. Such disclosure shall include any additional personal identifying information as required by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. Zen Sports, Inc. will not make any distributions to the members of the employee stock option pool without the prior approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. Zen Sports, Inc. shall fund and maintain with the Nevada Gaming Control Board a revolving fund in the total amount of $25,000 for the purpose of funding investigative reviews by the Nevada Gaming Control Board. Without limiting the foregoing, the Nevada Gaming Control Board shall have the right, without notice, to draw upon the funds from the account for payment of costs and expenses incurred by the Nevada Gaming Control Board and its staff in their surveillance, monitoring, and investigative review of all activities of Zen Sports, Inc. and its affiliated entities. Prior administrative approval by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required for Zen Sports, Inc. to convert a location from a kiosk operation to a manned satellite operation or from a manned satellite operation to a kiosk operation. If any licensed location utilizes both a manned satellite operation and a kiosk operation, prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee is required prior to closing or reopening a manned satellite operation. The manufacturer's license is limited to the creation and modification of a race and sports pool, mobile application, and computerized system, as well as the modification of machines that are or have been utilized in the operations of the Big Wheel Casino or its affiliated companies, and that any such machine modifications shall be limited to operational configuration changes such as replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component, or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play of the device. The distributor's license is restricted to the distribution of a race and sports pool, mobile application, and computerized system, as well as the acquisition of machines to be utilized in or the sale of machines which have been utilized in the operations or its licensed locations or its affiliated entities. Any change in any agreement or the creation of any new agreement between Strategic Gaming Management LLC and Zen Sports, Inc. must be reported to the Nevada Gaming Control Board within 30 days of such change. As it concerns Zen Sports, Inc., DBA Big Wheel Casino, and Zen Sports, Inc., DBA The Book at Baldini's, the licensee must comply with the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 6.090 as it relates to the submission of an adequate internal control system in compliance with the Group 1 minimum internal control standards for a computerized sports book or sports pool and or race book. Prior to the commencement of computerized race and sports and or pari-mutuel wagering pool operations, an executed reserve agreement must be received and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board pursuant to the Nevada Gaming Commission Regulations 5.225 and 22.040. As it concerns Zen Sports, Inc., DBA Big Wheel Casino, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying the position. The surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. And lastly, as it concerns Zen Sports, Inc., DBA The Book at Baldini's, except as otherwise provided for by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. The ticket writers at Baldini's Sports Casino must be employees of Zen Sports, Inc. Further, that the following non-restricted licenses and or approvals be subjected to a 2-year limitation. Zen Sports Info Services LLC licensure as a sole member and manager, and his licensure as an information service. Zen Sports Inc. license as a manufacturer and distributor. Zen Sports Inc. DBA Big Wheel Casinos non-restricted gaming license and the approval for race book, sports pools, and off-track or mutual race and sports wagering. Zen Sports Inc. DBA the book at Baldini's, DB at Baldini's Sports Casino and licensure to conduct off-track or mutual race and sports wagering.
That appears adequate.
You sure?
Yes. Well, maybe if
More
you start
confidence.
from the
I need
beginning.
100%.
Okay.
All right. Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsouros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Congratulations. Thank you
Now,
for appearing.
with that long list of conditions, aren't you happy to have someone in place for compliance?
Thank you so much for this opportunity. I really mean that. Thank you so much for this.
Great job, Mr. Light. Good luck.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Let's go on to the next one. We have this, I'll ask the question. We heard, we need a break. All right, let's take a 5-minute break, please.
All right, let's get this. My first time. Welcome back. Let's get started. Madam Secretary, please read.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Natalie A. Caraselli as trustee and William A. Paganetti as trustee for the noted trust for the pledges as noted on the agenda.
Welcome.
Morning.
State your name for the record.
I think it's good morning still, Mr. Chairman. By my watch, we're getting under a minute. Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm Michael Alonso. I'm here on behalf of Natalie Caraselli and Bill Paganetti. William Paganetti goes by Bill, and Nat goes by Nat. And with me is Nat Caraselli. And I'll go into a little bit more detail in a minute. As you know, Bill could not be here today because of a medical procedure, so I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, for waiving his appearance. He intends to be at the commission meeting. With your permission, Mr. Chairman and board members, since Mr. Paganetti and Mr. Caraselli have not been before the board in some time, I would like to go through some of their background before we get to the applications. They have a very long history in Nevada and an interesting background. So with your indulgence, they've had non-restricted gaming licenses for over 40 years. Yes. And so if you'll allow me to do that.
Oh, please do.
I would
and
appreciate
thank you,
it.
Mr. Caraselli, for coming down to Las Vegas. I know that you're headquartered up north.
No question. And I will note for the record that Bill's parents and Nat's parents knew each other before Bill and Nat were born. So Bill and Nat had no choice but to be lifelong friends, and they've been business partners for over 60 years. Bill is a founding stockholder, the president, and a member of the board of directors of Peppermill Casinos, Inc. and Wendover Casinos, Inc. And Nat is a founding stockholder and the secretary and treasurer and a member of the board of directors of both of those companies. Peppermill Casino Inc. owns and operates Peppermill Hotel and Casino in Reno, Peppermill Inn and Casino in West Wendover, the Western Village Casino in Sparks, and the Rainbow Casino in West Wendover. Wendover Casinos Inc. owns and operates the Montego Bay Casino Resort in West Wendover. The Peppermill Reno started as a coffee shop in 1971 and evolved into a full-scale resort with more than 1,600 hotel rooms, 10 restaurants, 118,000 square feet of convention space, 1,700 slot machines, 47 table games, and many other resort amenities. And I do want to mention one that's really interesting is the geothermal heating system that they have at Peppermill, which is state-of-the-art and heats all of the water in the resort using geothermal resources. That then that water gets re-injected back into that well. And they've received a lot of accolades for that since they did that with the expansion of the Peppermill. And obviously it's a very green way of providing that resource. The Peppermill Inn in West Wendover has 382 hotel rooms, 827 slot machines, 26 table games, and several restaurants and convention space. The Rainbow Casino in West Wendover has 429 hotel rooms, 890 slot machines, 30 table games, multiple restaurants and convention space. Western Village in Sparks has 147 hotel rooms, 812 slot machines, and 3 restaurants. And Montego Bay in West Wendover has 552 hotel rooms, 897 slot machines, 30 table games, multiple restaurants, and convention space and other amenities. And finally, I want to mention that the Peppermill also owns and operates Peppermill Concert Hall in West Wendover, which is a state-of-the-art 1,000-seat concert hall that attracts many of the concerts to West Wendover that you see in Las Vegas or Reno. And it's been a wonderful attraction for them with all the resorts that they have there. Bill and Nat originally were granted their first non-restricted gaming license in connection with the Peppermill Hotel and Casino in Reno in 1980. Prior to that, they held a restricted gaming license at that location when it was the Peppermill Restaurant and Fireside Lounge that opened in 1971. After Peppermill Reno, Bill and Nat were licensed in connection with the Peppermill Resort Casino in Mesquite in 1981, Peppermill Casino in Las Vegas Boulevard and Convention Center Drive, which is different than the Peppermill Restaurant and Fireside Lounge that's on the Strip as well. That was in 1982. The Rainbow Club Casino in Henderson in 1983. They were licensed with Peppermill Inn and Casino in West Wendover in 84. Western Village in Sparks in 1984, Rainbow Casino in West Wendover in 95, and they were licensed in connection with the Montego Bay. That was the last time in 2002. The Peppermill Resort in Mesquite they sold that in 1993. The Peppermill Casino that was on Las Vegas Boulevard Convention Center Drive was sold in 1989. And the Rainbow Club Casino, which I think you saw recently in Henderson, was sold in 2020. And then finally, Bill and Nat own and operate PACA LLC, which is owned and operated non-restricted gaming operation at the Peppermill Coffee Shop and the Fireside Lounge on Las Vegas Boulevard. Since they had the non-restricted license since 1988, that lounge, coffee shop and lounge opened in 1972 with a restricted gaming license. So since jumping into the gaming industry in 1971 with their first restricted gaming license, Nat and Bill have continually expanded and reinvested their casinos and resorts to what you see today in terms of the 5 resorts in Reno, Sparks, and West Wendover, and a small but very iconic presence on the Las Vegas Strip in the Peppermill Coffee Shop and Fireside Lounge, which sits on Las Vegas Boulevard. And with that, I would like to stop maybe, and since the board has not seen Mr. Caraselli before this board, and see if there are any questions on the background before we get into the applications.
Let me say first that it's wonderful to see you, Mr. Caraselli. And as I noted at the very beginning, you flew down for this meeting. Thank you for doing that. You're a legend in the gaming community here in Nevada. And it's just outstanding to see someone from the north come down and appear before us. So thank you. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for anything that they might want to say.
Hi, Mr. Caraselli. Good afternoon.
Hi, Member Watkins.
It's very nice to meet you, and Mr. Alonso, good to see you again.
Very good to see you.
I appreciate the historical perspective, given that, I'm new to the board. So I just want to say thank you for that, and that's all. But welcome and thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Katsaros. Katsaros, is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct.
Everybody mispronounces my name.
Yeah.
I am Natalie, actually.
You are Natalie.
I used to get a lot of letters from people saying Ms. Natalie, but it's really Natale. And Natale in Italian means Christmas, because my father was born on Christmas Day, so he gave me that name. So I guess I'm worth a little bit on Christmas Day, right? I'm a big shot. For the other 364 days, I'm not worth a damn. So.
Well, it's a pleasure to see you both. I come down to Vegas, much like you, because I'm based up in Reno. So I know your properties well. I didn't have all the historical knowledge other than reading the report recently and then what Mr. Alonso just laid out there. So I was actually appreciative of you doing that, because I've been in Reno nearly 25 years now. And Peppermill, the Fireside Lounge, was where I went on my first date with my wife, and we got engaged at the Western Village Steakhouse. Probably my favorite steakhouse in anywhere, and that's my wife's favorite as well. And it was nothing but great things about the properties. I didn't have any questions at this time, so just wanted to share that.
But I'd like you to know that we do a lot of capital improvements on our property, a lot of rebranding and reinvesting. But we've really had a serious program going since 2013, where we're looking towards the future. We want to make sure our properties don't get stale, they don't get old, but they always have a progressive new look. So I invite you all to come and see us.
Yeah, that is actually accurate. I mean, that's as noted by your outstanding attorney, Mr. Alonso. The geothermal heating system is an example of one of those updates. So
well, we were informed by the International Geothermal Society, because they come there for their conventions every 2 years now. We're the only commercial property in the world actually that deals with the public, that has their own geothermal well for all the heating and all the hot water.
It's amazing.
Wonderful.
Is it accurate? Because I got a tour during COVID from Mr. Paganetti, Billy Paganetti. He was touring my other property. I thought he had mentioned that you and Mr. Paganetti sit right across from each other, still in the same office.
We've been doing that for a lot of years.
Wow.
That way we really don't waste a lot of time having to ask each other, well, what's up?
Yeah. No, I thought that was noteworthy.
We're not nosy. We just
want to
waste time.
It was over a year ago. It's not in my materials, but it's stuck in my head. And I didn't realize I'd have the opportunity to meet you, but thank you for confirming.
Thank you for hearing our situation, not a situation, but our
Application.
application.
Well, and let me just for the record get into that, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. The applications are, I was going to use the term straightforward, but member Katsaros, I apologize from last time. I shouldn't use that. It prompts questions. These are pledges of non-voting equity securities in both Peppermill Casinos, Inc. and Wendover Casinos, Inc. For many years, Bill and Nat have held their interest, both the voting and the non-voting, in those companies through gaming trusts. And Bill's Gaming Trust is the William A. Paganetti Gaming Trust, and Nat's is the Natali A. Caraselli Gaming Trust. For estate planning purposes, their estate planning lawyer recently created these new inter vivos trusts for each of their children. In Nat's case, there's 3, and Bill's 4. And in those trusts, Nat is the sole trustee of each of those trusts for his children, and Bill is the sole trustee of each of the trusts for his children. And the contingent beneficiaries in those cases, the children of each of those trusts, they cannot receive any distributions, have anything to do with the shares until the trust has paid off all the principal and interest to the gaming trust, each of those new trusts for the loan that was used to acquire those non-voting shares, and that each beneficiary has been licensed or found suitable by the board and the commission. And that is set forth in the trust documents and was passed through your staff. As the chair knows, we applied for administrative approval under 463-172 in January of 2021 of this year for the registration of those new trusts as shareholders, intermediary companies, for approvals of Bill and Nat as trustees of those trusts, and for the transfers of interest of those non-voting shares in both of those gaming companies. And Chair Gibson provided those administrative approvals in March, and the trusts were funded and the transfers were completed at the end of March, and we complied with all the conditions to provide your staff with that information on the closing of this transaction. And as I mentioned earlier, the gaming trust provided cash and loans to each of those respective new trusts to do the transfers of interest, to finance those transfers of interest. And the estate planning lawyer thought it would make sense from an IRS perspective to have those loans secured by the pledges of the non-voting securities. And so we applied for those, and that's why we're here today. And we'd be happy to answer any questions from any of you on those transactions. I would like to take a moment to recognize Supervisor Eric Kaufman and Senior Agent Danielle Butler for their great work on these applications and the investigation. They were very professional and great to work with and did an outstanding job, and we appreciate that very much. And with that, we're open to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Alonso. So the trusts have been duly approved administratively, and we're looking at 2 sets of pledges. So I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
I don't have any questions. There weren't any issues with the application. It was straightforward. And yeah, so thank you, and it has my support.
Yeah, I'm happy to support it as well. There's no questions, very clear from the materials we have and what you've just laid out for us too. So, but I do want to echo again that it was great that you guys both came down here to present on us today so that we could hear what's happening with your operations.
I was actually looking forward to it. I haven't been here long.
I will just ask operationally though, is there anything in the works from your perspective to perhaps acquire new properties, grow,
I can make one comment. We're really known for spending a lot of capital reinvestment into our properties. We spend a large proportion of our free cash flow reinvesting. And I think we have a couple of big projects underway now. We're remodeling. We don't remodel, we refurbish and upgrade. So we're refurbishing and upgrading 1,000 rooms at the Peppermill. And we're doing the same thing to our Tuscan ballroom at Peppermill in Reno.
Are you expecting to have a good turnout for hot August nights?
We're loaded already.
You are.
And
good.
the cars are all in. It seems our parking lot's full.
Okay, that's good. I know it just kicked off here this week, so I've been down here.
And it's certainly going to be hot enough.
Will be.
Well, I want to thank you so much for taking our application. Member Casteros, Member Watkins, Chair Gibson, and Secretary Bell. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I just wanted to know, I mean, it's a sign, I think, of a decent person to admit it's lost. Despite fishing as hard as I could for almost two weeks in Yellowstone, Mr. Alonso, I did not catch a fish as large as the Lahan lake trout that you catch. I just want to admit that, just for that.
And Mr. Chairman, the only secret I'm going to tell you, it has nothing to do with me. You have to go to Pyramid Lake. The fish in Pyramid Lake are just gigantic. So that's why people come from all over the world to fish there. And so it really has nothing to do with any skill level. You just got to go there.
Well, I'll make it up there sometime. Okay, well, thank you. Take a motion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Caraselli. Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins. Aye. Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll see you next time.
All right, let's go on to number 4, please.
Non-restricted number 4, the applications of Full House Resorts, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration and the pledges as noted on the agenda.
Okay, welcome.
Welcome. Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow. On behalf of Full House Resorts, with me is Louis Fanger, who's the Senior Vice President, CFO, Treasurer, and Board Member of Full House Resorts. Full House Resorts in Nevada, of course, has Stockman's Casino in Fallon and the Grand Lodge Casino at the Hyatt in Lake Tahoe. We want to thank David Mueller, the agent who worked on this with us. He's always been very detailed, thorough, and professional, and appreciate his efforts. And if it's acceptable to you, I was going to turn it over to Louis to sort of just walk through the 2 transactions and the stock pledges.
Please, and tell us what you're going to do with the funds and so on.
You got it. Well, good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros. We've spent the last 7 years at Full House really trying to simplify our balance sheet, bring down the cost of capital. And so we most recently had a slug of debt, $110 million of debt. It was at LIBOR plus 7%, had a bunch of covenants in it. In February, the debt markets were quite strong, so we brought in Credit Suisse to help us go and refinance all of that previous debt, and as well to finance the expansion of our casino in Colorado, which is underway now, and having a lot of fun with that. The new debt is relatively simple. It's one big slug of senior secured notes. They have a fixed interest rate of 8.25%. And then after we closed on that deal, we went to Capital One, brought in a simple credit facility, not because we needed it, but because we wanted to have the ability to issue letters of credit for a construction project or things like that, or extra liquidity if for some reason we needed some extra cash as well. And so we closed on that on March 31st of this year. That continues to sit idle, unused. And so in the meantime, we've got a lot of cash, $280 million of cash on the balance sheet. We are building in Colorado. That's about $175 million left to spend, opening, knock on wood, 1.5 years from now. And that's what's going on.
Outstanding. So Mr. McGinnis, are you senator in Colorado? Is that where you're at?
Yeah, I'm in the Denver office of Butler Snow. That's the closest office they have.
Well, stop stealing our business, please. No, I'm kidding. Congratulations on refinancing your debt and everything you've done.
Thank you.
I have no questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
So the old notes that you retired, what was the rate you had on those?
Those were LIBOR plus 7%, so it was a floating rate debt. Effectively, if you were to swap that floating for fixed, it would have been in the same ballpark as our current notes today.
Okay, would you say 8.25?
8.25, yep.
Give or take. How's Colorado going? They just expanded or removed bet limits, a couple new games, etc.
They did, yeah. They that went into effect on May 1st. Table game. So before there was a $100 maximum bet that went away on May 1st. In the town of Blackhawk, which is not where we're at, table game revenue went up by about 53%. In our city, which is Cripple Creek, it went up by about 35%. But we go out of our way to tell everyone that the town of Cripple Creek is very, very simple product. What we're building is going to be like Mirage transforming Las Vegas, where we're building a 4-star property to really bring in a customer that would gamble more than $100 per bet. Right now in Cripple Creek, that doesn't really exist. So the fact that we're up so much is promising, but I suspect it's going to go up a lot more when we open.
Okay, I think there's the notion that 80% of your revenue sometimes comes from 20% of your base. And so perhaps presumably a smaller percentage of the base has resulted in that uptick because of the bet limits being removed.
We're
Or
seeing, yeah, we're
versus-
seeing spend per guest go quite higher. And then when we open up our new expansion, we're expecting to see our database increase pretty meaningfully.
Okay. Wow, that's
Cripple Creek is a suburb of Denver?
Colorado Springs.
Okay.
It's about an hour away.
Member Watkins.
Are you still expecting to complete it in the fourth quarter of 2022?
It may slip a little bit. There's been a lot of rain, but it's going to be somewhere in that ballpark. We'll be substantially complete right around that time, we think. It's been challenging and fun to watch labor prices or lumber prices go all over the place, and trying to find people to come and work at the site has been challenging as well. But I suspect as we get a few more months more out from all of this, things will be just fine.
Great. Your online presence, or I should say strategy. Materials are suggesting, could you just, I guess, explain what your strategy is for online?
Absolutely. So in Colorado and Indiana, we're allowed 3 sports skins per gaming license, or sorry, 3 sports skins in each state, I should say. The sports side, we were afraid of going into the sports business and having a lopsided sports book. You have a lot of people in Las Vegas that take bets from all over the country. When you have a casino that's right by Cincinnati, right by New Orleans, we were worried about people just betting on the Saints or betting on whoever it was, and not being able to offset that risk outside of having a book that or odds that were massively different than what you would find at MGM's Beau Rivage or making up properties. But I think you get it. And then on top of that, you're seeing a lot of capital being invested in the marketing of all of those brands. And so we didn't want to go that route ourselves. If you're in Indiana or Colorado, online, you have to go through an existing physical casino. And so we chose to do it with Wynn, Churchill Downs, and then a European online operator named Smarkets. When it comes to an online casino, so slots, table games, if that gets legalized, we're going to look all over again, because that's those probabilities are what they are. We don't have to worry about balancing a book. It's the same risk that we have in a physical casino.
Okay. Yeah, I think those people, I call them homers. They just bet on whatever their home team is, right?
Yes.
Really jack up.
I do that.
Oh, no disrespect. As far as in Fallon and Incline, then, do you guys have sports books there?
We do. It's Grand Lodge has a small desk with William Hill, and Stockman's is just a kiosk for William Hill.
William Hill as well.
Yep.
I didn't have any further questions.
I don't have any further questions either.
Okay, I'll take a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 as written into the record by Secretary Bell, and that would be pursuant to draft number 1 of the company's 5th revised order of registration.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, Madam Secretary, let's go to number 5, please.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of Synergy Blue LLC, a limited liability company of the Augustine Band of Kahula Indians, for a transfer of interest.
Welcome. Please state your names for the record.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Member Watkins, Member Katsaros. I'm Ken Creighton, and I'm appearing on behalf of the entity Synergy Blue LLC. And we're here today before you as an application for a transfer of interest. To my right here is George Washington. He's the one who's transferring his interest. This is Amanda Vance. She's the chair of the tribe. And I also have the chief of compliance of the company, Pam Matthews. And with that, we'll open it up to any questions that the chair or the members may have.
Okay, thank you very much. Welcome, Mr. Washington.
Thank you. Thank you.
So tell us why this transfer is occurring.
Well, first of all, I resigned in early January. It was the usual partnership, I guess, issues. The business relationship had broken down, different views on how the company was to be run, different management styles. And in the end, I just wanted to chart my own course.
Okay. I have no further questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Uh, yeah, so pleasure to see you all. Ms. Matthews, Mr. Creighton, Ms. Vance, I've never met you previously. Nice to meet you, Mr. Washington. Just full disclosure, Ms. Matthews, Mr. Creighton, and myself, we used to work at IGT decades ago together. At certain point. No pecuniary interest or anything like that. Anyways, good to see you. It's a small industry. But yeah, so what are the plans? So we're looking to transfer back the remaining 20% ownership that the tribe does not currently hold. So you're going to have 100% post-transaction would be the intent. What's your intention with the business going forward?
We're still running Synergy Blue. There's options to sell Synergy Blue. There's options to move forward. I think the pandemic really hurt us. We had just gotten our Nevada license and everything shut down. So we're trying to rework everything and talk to our team and see where we should go from there.
How big is the team right now?
The team is about 11 right now.
Because from what I recall of I got a tour, I think a couple of G2Es ago. And then I do recall, of course, the licensing event too. You had a unique sort of product coming to the marketplace. And I don't know if who I should be posing it to, but feel free to defer or what have you, because I'm not exactly sure how intimately involved you've been with the operation. But your footprint out there right now? You've got some product in Nevada. Elsewhere, how's the business going in terms of the product traction? Are you seeing trends in the industry or in your patrons that are actually playing those machines versus others that may not be playing machines? Because it's part of the notion of some of the skill-based games is that you're tapping into an untapped market, because those individuals wouldn't otherwise play slot machines and they may be interested in this type of product. So I'd just like to hear a little bit on the operations now.
We were just working on online gaming in the UK. That is still in the works. We're not quite there yet. As far as the games, we do have 2 new products out, the Winter Blast and Panda Pop. So we're getting those out. I believe those went out to Oklahoma this month, or the end of last month. But there's a lot of stuff, like we're trying to get stuff out. We had some stuff going out to Germany, but they're still closed down. So that puts us in kind of a predicament there. So we've kind of been trying to focus on Nevada, California, and Oklahoma.
Okay. And so as it concerns Nevada, the footprint that you have right now, those machines that are operational, are those primarily on a lease basis or they've been sold?
No, those are on a lease basis.
A lease basis. And then in terms of your service and support of those machines, as of this point in time, you've got existing contracts in place. So it's your intent to carry on and service those machines on the floor? Okay. Is there a point in time when those contracts may expire? Well, I guess what my question is if you look to cease operations, yet we have machines in the field that aren't getting serviced anymore from the manufacturer, of course, a question and something I should be concerned about.
No, we've talked to, well, right now, I guess I can just say it. We're talking to a couple of companies that want or are interested in Synergy Blue.
Okay.
So we haven't, it's been in a long process. So they've done their due diligence and stuff like that, but now it's down to 3. So now we need to make a decision. So.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, manufacturing and distributing slot machines not for the faint of heart, any means, and timing and location. Well, location for casinos and businesses generally, but timing for this type of product is key as well. As you mentioned, I think you just launched prior to COVID. COVID hits, and all of a sudden there goes your revenue stream.
Yeah.
Understood.
The staff that we do have is there just to maintain out there at this time.
Could you say your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Pamela Matthews. Yeah, the staff that we have there is just to maintain what's out there at the time. Like Amanda said, there's 11 or 12 people there. At this time, we don't have any games in Nevada. We had some, they've been recently pulled, and we currently have a couple of new contracts. So
Okay, so nothing actually
right at this
at this
point,
site.
as of today, which has changed recently, yeah, but as of today, there's nothing in Nevada.
Okay, but you're looking to have some deployed. So.
Absolutely.
Okay. How's performance been
I
on
don't
the
know
machines?
who could answer that
So,
question best.
we get asked that question a lot, and I'll hopefully so it is a bit of an interesting, the entertainment or the interactive market, or what's called skill, is obviously a different type of metric to a traditional slot to some degree. How we built ours was more based upon slot math and a slot mechanic. So you see in actually all our games, you'll see still the reels in there, because it was an easy way for people to understand that this interaction is a gambling interaction. And so when you sort of look at the skill market, it was 2017 it sort of started really. And so we've been given about 3.5 years, and we've lost 1.5 years with COVID and so forth to sort of come up with a winner. And I believe Winter Blast is one of the games that could probably hit definitely the slot from a slot performance perspective, just from a handle pull per hour, comparison and so forth. It's a fast playing game. It's not, it has the right bonusing and so forth. So it's been that learning curve to sort of find the right mechanic that makes the slot director happy, as well as trying to give that gameplay that a younger generation wants to play. And so playing those types of game, and this particular game is sort of like a block blast type of game. So you can have a couple of drinks in you, and you can still see the blocks, and you can just press the screen and go at it. Whereas some of the other games out there are a little bit more complicated. I mean, we have a driving game and a traditional light gun type of game, arcade style games. But that's a very simple style of mechanic that does pretty well. And the initial results came back pretty positive, at least from the couple of weeks before I moved on from the Oklahoma market that was trialing it. So I think that type of mechanic is definitely something that will move forward. And as Amanda said, that moving to the next stage of online is also a much bigger point for us, as we see, or for Synergy. Because it's one of those things. The people are used to using a mobile phone. They're used to playing Candy Crush or Panda Pop or Blizzard Blast. Toon Blast, etc. So you're not having to teach people to learn that style of game, and it's not different. And then you've got companies out there like Skills and so forth that are doing sort of competition style, tournament style as well. So the market's starting to ramp up in there, and I think it's definitely wanting of something different, and that's something with the aggregators over in Europe that they're begging for new content and new ideas. I mean, Megaways is a great product, but there's only so many Megaways that you can do eventually. So I think that that giving people different styles and different bonusing rounds is definitely the way of the future.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Watkins, please.
Good morning to each of you. Thank you for being here. I would just like to hear a little bit about the tribe from the tribal chairperson.
So it's Augustine Band of Kauai Indians. And I believe we are not the smallest tribe anymore. There's 17 of us now. I hold most of those kids. I have 6 kids. Last time I was here, I was pregnant with triplets. Now they're going to be 2. So we are located in Coachella Valley. We have a small casino, has we're 750 machines in it right now. We are just going to be opening up our organic farm in November, so we're getting ready for that. We're currently working on our tribal administration building right now. What else? We also have the 3 megawatts solar field that powers up our casino. So we use that instead of just using IID from our local electric company. We're in the process of creating our master plan because we're trying to be self-sufficient and lessen our carbon footprint. So my attention has been there. to work on that. Let's see what else about us. I think that's pretty much.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to know a little bit. We have some information. I just wanted to hear a little bit more. I was interested, but thank you for that presentation.
Thank
And
you.
congratulations on your trip.
Okay, well, you've got a decent sized IP portfolio, so that'll be valuable.
Yes.
Okay, so with that, take a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great seeing you.
Right. Madam Secretary, item number 6.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of LM Marine LLC doing business as Molly's Casino to add, remove, or modify a condition.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gibson,
Please state your name for the
Member
record.
Watkins, Member Katsaros, Madam Secretary. My name is Richard Gonzalez. I'm 40% owner of LM Rain DBA Molly's Casino, along with my partner Randy. I call him Randy Senior, but it's Randy Miller and his son Randy W. Miller. He's 20%. Today I'm before you because I'm requesting a modification of one of the conditions they put on us as to have a key employee, requesting that I, as an owner, be that key employee, as I spend overwhelmingly majority of my time at the casino there. We thought it just makes sense that I would be that person as opposed. And keep in mind, I'm still keeping the person that was the key employee there as my manager there. She's been there since 2013, Crystal McCann. So I have her to help me as well, but I've been there since we opened in 2013. I spent the majority of my time there. Tell you a little bit about my background, let you know why I think I'm qualified. I moved to Las Vegas in 1967 as I attended UNLV on a baseball scholarship. I graduated in 1971 with a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration. As after I graduated in 1971, I immediately went to Clark County Sheriff's Department, became a sheriff. Don't ask me why. But I stayed there and then we merged in 1973 and I stayed till 1975. And then 1970s, or actually 76 through 80, I became a private investigator where I worked in a lot of the casinos for a company called Griffin Investigations. And what we did is we investigated cheating in the casinos. So I got to know a lot of the casino operators doing that. And because of that, in 1980, I worked at the Aladdin Hotel as a shift boss in the 21 pit. Then about 1982, I went to the Dunes. I got promoted to the charge of the 21 pit there. And then when it sold, I left there and went to the Stardust until 1983. In 1983, Randy Miller Sr. and I, who I went to the police academy with, he had left several years earlier too from Metro, and he went to work for a company called United Coin Company. He worked his way up to become president of the company. So in 1983, he approached me and asked me if I wanted to get into the bar business. Again, I don't know why I said yes, but we did, thank goodness. But so we opened our first bar in 1983 and got licensed for a little bar called Chubby's Pub, which by the way, we still own. And here's the reason I think I'm qualified for this position to do this. I have been licensed in 15 restricted locations over the years since 1983 and 6 non-restricted locations. I've also been licensed in Louisiana in 1992. We had 8 locations there, which I just recently sold in December of 2020, so I'm no longer in Louisiana. The only things we still presently own is the Longhorn Casino, which is non-restricted, the Bighorn Casino, this one, LM Rain, Molly's Casino, and that's I think I'm missing one, but that's 3 non-restricted locations. Then I own 40% of 8 Molly's, one of those being the non-restricted LM Rain, and one small bar called Chubby's Pub and one other bar called Stonehouse. That's pretty much my background. I've got a ton of knowledge, ton of experience. I spend the majority of my time there, so it did make sense for me to try to get another key employee because I'm the one basically running the operation there with Crystal McCann.
So you're spending between, what, 38 and 40 hours a week there?
I'd spend a lot, sometimes more than that, because I use that as my base of operations right through there. I'm there every day, almost some days, 7 days a week. But
Well, I appreciate that background. candidly, we're familiar. I'm familiar with you and your partner.
Randy.
Yeah.
He usually does all the talking. I don't get up and do the talking. He's the one that likes to talk.
You're
If you know Randy, you know.
the early history, your early history in the gaming economy here in Las Vegas is fascinating, especially coming out of the sheriff's office. It must have been.
Seems like 100 years ago. I thought I had a lot of experience until I heard the gentleman earlier, 48 years or something in the business.
So let me read. I think you're qualified to be the key employee. Let me read the current condition. It's for a key employee application for the position of general manager must be filed within 60 days of this approval, and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. What you're asking for is this one: if an equity owner is no longer functioning, that's you as key employee for this location. A key employee application must be filed within 60 days, and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Yes, sir.
I support the requested change. I don't see any reason to belabor it. I'll turn it to my colleagues for any questions.
No, I echo that. I'm fully supportive of it too.
Thank you.
And you did a great job speaking, so you don't need to.
I'm not the talker, Randy is.
Hi, good afternoon. How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Well, I didn't see any issues with the application. Looks straightforward, and I don't have any questions for you. But thank you for appearing here today.
Thank you.
I would just like to note, though, our materials represent that you are going to be there 30 to 40 hours.
I am.
It's our job to make sure there's proper supervision over that. Should that change, where you say, you know what, I'm done golfing, what have you.
As a matter of fact, it won't be a change, but you're going to be seeing my son, Jeff Gonzalez. We just submitted applications. I own 40% of all the mollies. I'm transferring over 20% to him, which is going to help alleviate a lot of that, the stress of the other businesses. You'll see us here in probably, I think they said we're set for December or January, but that's under investigation right now.
Okay. But yeah, the condition says the equity owner serving as the key employee.
That will be me.
Yeah, I just would echo that same thing, but Chair Gibson had brought it up already, so I assume you know, and we just wanted to clarify that you would be there that amount of time. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. I'll take a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, removing the key employee application, the current key employee application condition, and adding a condition that reads as follows. If an equity owner is no longer functioning as a key employee for this location, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Madam Secretary, let's go on to our last non-restricted item.
Non-restricted 7 is the application of William Hill PLC for deregistration as a publicly traded corporation. I believe the applicants are in Carson City.
Okay, welcome. And please state your names for the record.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. My name is A.G. Burnett with the law firm of McDonald Toronto. Here with me is Mr. Jeff Hendricks. He's a Senior VP of Regulatory and Compliance at Caesars Entertainment, Inc. We don't have much of an affirmative presentation for you. Apologies. Go ahead.
No, I simply explained it in rump as this is no longer a separate entity, and so deregistration is appropriate. That was my
correct.
summary.
It's no longer a PTC registered with the board and commission, Mr. Chairman. So we are here to ask for the deregistration.
Do you have any? I have no questions. Do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions either. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
I don't have any questions either. I'm just surprised you guys didn't fly down to Vegas for this.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing, Mr. Burnett.
I'm gonna
Unlike
no, that I am too. I'm disappointed.
unlike Mr. Alonso, we didn't want to take too much of your time. We wanted to keep things short.
Mr. Hendricks, it's good to see you. I get letters from you almost every day. So thank you for keeping me updated.
It's good to see you as well. I mentioned to Counselor here that next time we will be appearing in person. So always a pleasure, and thanks for making time for us today.
Okay, wonderful. Well, with that, take a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, and that would be pursuant to draft number 1 of the order terminating the company's registration dated July 15, 2021.
That's right, Mr. Katsaros. We've looked at that and we're fine with it.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Okay, so that ends our
Thank you.
non-restricted. Thank you very much. Thank you. That ends our non-restricted agenda. Our restricted agenda is not scheduled to begin until 1 o'clock.
That is correct.
I would just state for everyone waiting that the regulatory agenda is going to be postponed. We're going to hold that item. In discussing with my friend Chairman Moran, we'd like it's agendized for discussion, not for action. And so we'd like to have a fulsome discussion and a vote. And so we're gonna have that hearing at a subsequent time. We'll schedule it accordingly. Thank you very much.
So we are off until 1?
We are.
Okay, welcome back. Let's start our restricted agenda now. And Madam Secretary, let's proceed with the consent agenda items.
The items on restricted consent this afternoon are restricted number 11, which is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Red Dragon Sports Bar number 210 for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 12 is the application of Tropicana Avenue Car Wash 1 LLC, doing business as U.S. Gas for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 13 is the application for temporary licensure of Lynn Higgins as personal representative of the estate of Sean Timothy Higgins, and the applications of Higco Inc. for transfers of interest. Restricted 14 is the application of Eclipse Route Operations LLC, doing business as Eclipse Gaming, doing business at US Gas 9 for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted 15 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC, doing business at Terrible's number 407 for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted 16 is the application of Apollo Coin Corp, doing business as Nevada Gaming Corp, doing business at the Lodge at Decatur for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 17 is the application of Apollo Coin Corp, doing business as Nevada Gaming Corp, doing business at the Lodge at Star for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 18 is the application of Dynasty Games, doing business at Mr. Bubbles Laundromat for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 19 is the application of Jet Gaming LLC, doing business at Just One More for a restricted gaming license. Restricted 20 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Go Mart for a restricted gaming license. And restricted 21 is the application of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Bagel Mania for a restricted gaming license.
Okay, outstanding job, Madam Secretary. Any discussion?
None for me.
Okay.
None for me either.
Thank you.
I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items number 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, as read into the record by Secretary Bell, with conditions to apply as follows. For item 11, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. For item 12, the key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. For items 14 and 15, the waiver of the provisions of NGC Regulation 4.080 in conjunction with the approval granted in February 2021 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission meeting in February 2022. And lastly, for item 18, full-time attendant aged 21 or older must be on duty at all times the machines are available to the public for play.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsouros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. That brings us to our restricted items held out for discussion. Let's start with restricted number 1.
Restricted number 1 are the applications of From the Ashes LLC, doing business as Slidin Clyde's Tavern, C.D. Catherine Swaim, and William Allen Scott for a finding of suitability as a landlord.
Okay, welcome. Is that Mr. McKellar?
Yes, I'm here, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is Mr. Fuller here as well? Okay, well, let's proceed. Mr. McKellar, if you would, please lay out the record here on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. For the record, I am John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for recommendation to the Commission are applications for finding of suitability as a landlord for From the Ashes LLC, doing business as Slidin Clyde's Tavern, William Allen Scott, and Catherine Swaim. I have been asked to give a synopsis of the events which led to this point. The board served an order to show cause on Slidin Clyde's on July 31st, 2020, concerning apparent violations of governor directives and board health and safety policies, including that Slidin Clyde's did not close its bar top was not enforcing social distancing, and employees and patrons were not wearing face coverings. The board supplemented this OSC upon discovery of the apparent violation that Slidin Clyde's was serving food without appropriate approvals, apparently in order to get around closure directives. Slidin Clyde submitted a response, and the board deemed the response as adequate on September 29, 2020, cautioning Slidin Clyde's to make sure it was aware of laws impacting its business and to not attempt to creatively skirt the law. On January 21st, 2021, an anonymous caller reported Slidin Clyde's was allowing billiards after 7 p.m. in order to avoid detection by the board. Upon investigation on January 23rd, 2021, a board agent observed patrons and the bartender without face coverings, patrons playing billiards, and a patron singing karaoke in apparent violation of COVID laws in place at that time. On February 17th, 2021, the board personally served a letter on Slidin Clyde's requesting Slidin Clyde's to file an application for finding of suitability as a landlord by March 24th, 2021, or be considered for a formal call forward by the board and commission. Slidin Clyde's did not voluntarily file applications. Thus, the board recommended Slidin Clyde's, Sadie Swaim, and William Scott be called forward for findings of suitability on May 5th, 2021, and the commission called them forward for findings of suitability as landlords on May 20th, 2021. The demands to file applications were personally served on May 21st, 2021, and were served by certified mail as well. The demands specifically included the required open meeting law notices for today. Pursuant to NRS 463-162, the applications were due on June 21st, 2021. To date, these applications have not been filed. It is my understanding that the applications were not filed because Ms. Swaim and Mr. Scott did not want to undergo an investigation. However, I do not have firsthand knowledge of this and would defer to a representative from Dynasty Games, if they're available, if you wish to discuss this further. It is also my understanding that From the Ashes LLC is no longer the business operator at Slidin Clyde's. However, I would again defer to Dynasty Games on this point, as I do not have firsthand knowledge of this. This item is before you today to make a recommendation to the Commission concerning the applications for findings of suitability of landlord. Pursuant to NRS 463-162, you may recommend denial based on the failure to file applications by the June 21st deadline. Thank you.
Okay.
If you can hear me,
Mr. McKellar.
If you can hear me, this is Roger Fuller with Dynasty Games. I had a little
Roger Fuller, welcome.
I had computer issues when you were trying to talk to me the first time.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you,
So
sir.
tell us what's happened since the last time that we spoke.
Well, I have gone into From the Ashes and basically purchased their assets just to get them out of there. I went to the landlord and obtained a master lease on the property. Got an operator in there that is now operating a bar in Reno. So he's already been approved. He's Jason Schroeder. He's now operating the bar, and both of the prior parties are totally out. We got inspections last Friday from Lyon County. They had a couple little things like the heater and stuff that we had to kind of take care of, which we're doing right now. And my attorney's been out of town. I've got everything into gaming except for the sublease. And my attorney is back in town now, and I'll be able to get that down probably tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Fuller, for that background, and thank you, Mr. McKellar, for laying the record out. It's premature for me to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Assuming our recommendation is for a denial of a finding of suitability for the former landlords, it would be William Scott and Sadie Swaim. You understand that any disposition of gaming funds to them in any way, shape, or form would be a violation of your license.
Now, I think I was told that to get them out of there to buy the assets, that I could do that.
You could do it when?
To get just to purchase their assets to get them out
Right,
of.
I'm talking about once the purchase is effective.
Oh, right. Oh, I know. I understand that. Yes.
Going forward.
And that won't be a problem.
Okay. Okay. All right. So we understand the situation. We've all been involved in this. I have no further questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fuller. I was surprised when you were not here, and I'm like, that is not like him. So I was glad you just had computer problems.
I'm not the best on computers, and I didn't know how to unmute the thing, so I had to grab somebody.
Well, I had to double check our notes because I wanted to make sure we had noticed you, because I said, okay, something's going on if he's not here. So good to see you. But I do want confirmation on that last point that Chair Gibson just mentioned. So going forward, there would be no intention for any involvement or any funds whatsoever from these individuals with this operation. In your mind, what you're saying is they're completely out as of this point.
Absolutely. They couldn't pay me to do business with them again.
All right. Well, that was the only question I had. I'm in line with Chair Gibson in moving forward with deeming them unsuitable.
Okay. Member Watkins.
Hi, how are you?
Doing good today. Thank you.
So I feel similar to what my colleagues have already stated on the record. And as long as they're not going to be involved going forward, then I don't have any questions directly for you. So I'll yield.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
With that, I take a motion.
Great. Chair Gibson, I move to recommend that the individuals listed for restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell be deemed unsuitable, and that such recommendation be made with prejudice pursuant to Nevada Revised Statute 463170, whereby the individuals have not met their burden to establish that they are of good character, honesty, and integrity for the reasons as discussed on the record. Senior Doug McCullough. I make this motion on the finding that it is consistent with the public policy of the Nevada Gaming Control Act and the regulations adopted thereunder.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
I did want to add one other point that I failed to a minute ago, is that, just to be clear, I think I mentioned before on the record that this is no bearing on you, Mr. Fuller, nor Dynasty Games. This is all has to do with the individuals listed on the agenda, Ms. Swain and Mr. Scott.
That's always good to hear.
All right, thank you, Mr. Fuller, for appearing.
Thank you very much. I'll head back to Hot August Nights now.
Okay. All right.
Thank you very much.
Let's go on to the next item.
Next item is restricted number 2, which are the applications of Russell Fuels LLC doing business as Arco AMPM, number 47024 for a restricted gaming license, and Ashkeep Deep Bhatti, Pritchpal Bhatti, and Bhupinder Bhatti for licensure as member and or manager.
Welcome.
How you doing today?
Good, I'm good. Please state your names for the record.
Akashdeep Bahati. Pritchpal Bhatti. Bhupinder Bhatti.
Okay, welcome. All right, tell us
And
what
good
we're looking at
afternoon
here.
from Carson City.
Oh, is that Mr. Mays? Okay.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of these applicants, although I am appearing here in Carson City. If I could give some background on this application, the gentlemen have put their names on the record, and I would just add that Akashdeep also goes by Akash, Bhupinder goes by Bill, and Pritpal goes by Paul. This is the 7th location operated by family-owned affiliated companies. These are 7 ARCO stations, and this is the 7th one. We'd like to thank Agent Bradford for his work and his professionalism handling this application. We understand there are no areas of concern. He confirmed that this was a clean investigation. The original license for this location was issued in 2019 to Karma Gaming LLC. Karma Gaming LLC was set up by these applicants to be a slot route operator, manufacturer, and distributor. So that license was a slot route license. The commission limited that license when it gave its approval, and that limitation or the limited license is set to expire at the end of this month. In late 2020, in the midst of the pandemic, the applicants reviewed their business plan. They consulted with professionals. They consulted with each other. We even reached out to the board. And ultimately, they made a decision to let the Karma license lapse. I think the decision can be summarized best, at least briefly, in an email that Akash sent to Supervisor Nathan Allen last February. In it, he wrote, after evaluating our year-end performance, business strategy, and preparing for our license renewal, management has decided to pursue a restricted-only license for Russell Fuels going forward and wind down Karma Gaming LLC. As has likely been evident to the GCB, the COVID-19 pandemic has hit our gaming operations particularly hard, and it no longer makes financial or strategic sense for us to pursue a non-restricted gaming license for Karma Gaming at this time. So in short, it is their intention to allow the Karma license to lapse at the end of this month, and they hope that they can replace it following a favorable recommendation for approval from this board and final commission approval with a license for Russell Fuels. I would be remiss if I didn't add to this record that the deficiencies and issues that led to the Karma licenses being limited were all remedied. Further, I confirmed with Agent Bradford that the accounting and reporting conditions on the Karma license that needed to be taken care of over the course of these past 2 years were all satisfied. Some of these accounting improvements instituted for Karma were instituted across all operations. The applicants took the admonitions from the board and the commission 2 years ago very seriously. They take their status as privileged gaming licensees in Nevada very seriously. They are committing to exercise diligence that's required to continue to meet our standards going forward. And with that, I would open it up to questions to the applicants.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mace. Given the fact that Member Katsaros has history with this item, I asked him to take the lead.
I remember it quite well. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Mr. Mace. Great to see you. Although I usually see you in Vegas. So yeah, I do understand.
I'm enjoying it here. I may not leave. Your weather is amazing up here.
Well, yeah, it is God's country up there. The deficiencies that you had during the last investigation were essentially twofold. There was a transfer, and then there was some accounting deficiencies, wherein there were a number of transactions that were not business related, yet they ended up flowing into your business and thereby affected your taxes as well.
Correct.
So I do recall that. What I don't recall, and I just wanted to be clear for the record, is the reason for the SRO. What was your intention with the SRO? Was it to then therefore branch out into servicing third parties locations as well?
It would be twofold, right? So one part of our thing was, business strategy. We had a more aggressive expansion strategy for our own internal family business as well with Arcway MPM. So we were planning to use it as that. And then initially, we had the option of, if we ever wanted to do third party, SRO options, we had the license, available and ready to go. And that's why, when we hit the pandemic, we thought about all of our operations, our strategy, as well as our expansion plans. And so that's when we decided to, it's better for us to, pursue just a restricted only license for Russell Fuels, as that better matches our needs for our business operations.
So what are your needs and future plans for the company and operations?
So one of the things is, I don't know if any of the members know, but we don't only do convenience stores. We also do hotels. So small lodging hotels. So, one of the things we were planning to do was expand on that side more. It's going through the pandemic, reassessing our operations. Bill and Paul, my father and my uncle, they're kind of older. They're getting ready to retire. C-stores require a lot of oversight. So, we can't keep expanding them if they're not going to be assisting in operations, in, whatever future. So, one of the things we were going to be doing is, we prefer hotels. We want to manage hotels. So, both me, that's what we like to do more. That's where our heart is. And so we'll be expanding there more. So, it's not going to be that we won't have any more C stores. It's just that it will be severely limited, and it doesn't make financial strategic sense to keep that Karma gaming license
You're
active.
somewhat pivoting stronger towards the hotel side. Where are your hotels at?
So currently since we're only family operations, we only have one. So it's on North Las Vegas, actually, by the Air Force Base. So that's where we are right now.
I didn't recall that bit
Yeah.
of your operation.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
then any other business interests?
No.
Okay.
No.
The C stores and then the one hotel.
Exactly.
Okay. So off the backs of our discussion last time, then you had a number of conditions here that you then had to satisfy and get in order, one of which was your bookkeeping. How is that going?
Bookkeeping is actually going very excellent. So one of the things we took, because we take all of the recommendations to heart. So
As you should.
Yeah, so we instituted overlapping policies across many of our companies. We switched our CPAs. We switched to CLA and RSM, which are the top accounting firms, nationally. And then they have procedures in place where they're checking, our compilations. We have RSM, which is a separate, accounting firm that prepares the taxes and serves as a check for the compilations for CLA. And then internally, we have our own policies and procedures. One of the things we stopped doing was completely expensing any personal expenses to credit cards.
So I'm sorry, could you say that?
We stopped expensing any personal expenses to credit cards. So one of those were wiped out. So that was one of the major institutes we did. So that kind of alleviated a lot of the headache. So internally and externally, those were two things that we took across all of our companies. Obviously, we also had the audits that were conducted on Karma from an independent team at CLA, and those came back clean. So that was those were good.
Well, let's talk about that policy in particular. So the policy is now that you shouldn't use that credit card any longer unless it's business related, right?
Correct.
How do you ensure and double check that in fact what's actually been put through a credit card is a business expense, and who actually has access to the credit cards?
So the credit cards are only three of
Just
us.
the three of you?
Yeah, just the three of us. And then internally, we actually reconcile it every single month. The office actually has it.
You haven't found your dad buying a car or something?
No.
Personally using it like that.
No, we have a personal credit card and
Yeah.
business credit card. This is anything we buy personal, we use a personal credit card.
Okay, because I can say originally, the original report a couple of years ago, I was really questioning whether or not, in fact, it was intentional or not. And of course, you were commingling everything. And so when you do that, that's just a recipe for disaster in any event, especially when you're not backfilling it with somebody looking at it going, wait a minute, that trip to, Disneyland, that wasn't a business expense. Oh, somebody would have to do that.
Correct.
You're stopping it at the gate right now.
Correct.
Just
Yeah.
Policy, no personal expenses whatsoever. And then what's the backfill again?
The policy where the office is checking and reconciling it on actual paper, and
Your offices, or is that the accountants?
that's our offices.
Your offices.
Yes, that is
And then
our
the
offices.
accountants?
And then the accounts, when they they compile it, then they check to see if anything is off, and then they'll just run through everything.
Okay.
Yep.
And
And this mostly just stems from it was we grew really fast and we're just family owned business, so there were some things that were overlooked, but we got them corrected.
It happens.
It happens.
Understandably so. But the concern there, that's what's led to the reason why you're here now, which is why you got the limit.
Correct.
As far as taxes are concerned, right?
Mhm.
Is there anything back taxes owed?
No.
Okay, so everything's been cleaned up from the past.
Correct. And those were actually amended immediately.
I'm sorry?
Those were corrected immediately.
Immediately.
Yeah,
okay.
back in the day.
And then I will echo what Ms. Vermees had mentioned here a few minutes ago, in that our investigators went through to make sure that they're not recommendations, they're actually requirements that you follow. We then went through to ensure that in fact you've met your obligations and complying with those conditions that were placed upon your licenses. And from the materials I'm looking at, I don't see any hiccups there to note.
Okay. Thank you, Member Katsaros, and thank you for
Thank you.
your responses. Member Watkins, do you have any questions?
Hi, good afternoon. How are you all doing?
Good, how about you?
Good, I'm doing well. So I think Member Casaros did a very thorough job of asking you and ensuring that those issues won't occur in the future. I just wanted to note that there did seem to be an issue with the late submission of an annual review. Did you want to address that?
That's what we were a little bit confused about, which annual review was referring to. I thought we had filed everything. If it was the review that was due June 30th, 2020, there was a blanket extension due to COVID until a little bit later. So that's when, it was complied with at that time. We were all going into the COVID pandemic and everyone was trying to figure out how to work remotely. CPAs were all busy trying to figure out how to do tax returns all remotely. And so there was a little bit of confusion around that time on how and what to do.
Okay, we just have that in our notes, so I can't confirm or deny right now, but I just wanted to note that as long as it's timely moving forward, then that's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no further questions. I appreciate your candor and going back through your history. And I appreciate Ms. Remay's her introduction. So with that, I'd ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Bell. Condition that the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much for preparing.
Thank you very much,
Thank
everybody.
you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Enjoy Arena.
Okay, Madam Secretary, please read into the record items 3 through 10.
Items 3 through 10 are the applications of 32826 Inc. doing business as 7-Eleven store 32826. 25123 Inc. doing business as 7-Eleven store 25123. 26873 Inc. doing business as 7-Eleven store 26873. 20826 Inc. doing business as 7-Eleven store 20826. 26994 Inc. doing business as 7-Eleven store 26994. 38584 Inc. doing business as 7-Eleven store 38584. 38301 Inc. doing business as 7-Eleven store 38301. And 38496 Inc. doing business as 7-Eleven store 38496 for restricted gaming licenses, and the applications of Harvinder Gill and Harinder Gill for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato here with Argentum. And we do have affirmative presentation. So with your permission, I'd like to give a little bit of background on the applications and give the applicants an opportunity to give a little background about themselves.
Please.
Thank you. For items numbers 3 through 7, 7-Eleven stores number 32826, 25123, 26873, 20826, 26994. These locations currently have gaming and are being operated by Gill Enterprises, Inc., which is owned 100% by Mr. Gill, and he is the sole officer and director of that corporation. We have formed new and separate corporations to operate each of the stores, and those corporations are owned jointly by Mr. and Mrs. Gill, and they are also the officers and directors of those corporations. If approved, those new corporations would hold the restricted gaming licenses for the respective store. Although the new corporations would hold the restricted gaming licenses, they have entered into participation agreements with CGT to be their SRO. For items 8 through 10, 7-Eleven stores 38584, 38301, and 38496, These locations currently do not have gaming, and each store is being operated by a separate corporation, and each corporation is owned jointly by Mr. and Mrs. Gill, and they, again, are also the officers and directors of those corporations. Similar to the other new corporations previously mentioned, the corporations for these stores will hold the restricted gaming licenses and have entered into participation agreements with CGT as well to be their SRO. This is the first time for Mrs. Gill to be involved in Nevada gaming, and she was required to undergo an expanded investigation due to the number of stores. Mr. Gill previously underwent an expanded investigation, so he wasn't required to undergo another one with these applications before you today. It is our understanding there were no areas of concern with the investigation for Mr. and Mrs. Gill, including the expanded investigation for Mrs. Gill. In summary, there are a total of 8 7-Eleven stores that will be owned and operated by its own separate corporation, and each of those corporations will be owned 100% by Mr. and Mrs. Gill jointly, and they are also the officers and directors of those corporations. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Gill to give some information about himself, and then Mrs. Gill to give some information about herself.
Okay. Mr. Gill, welcome.
Thank you.
And just candidly, we're most interested in hearing from your spouse, but we'll hear from you as well, please.
She is the boss. Well, since I am appearing in front of the board after such a long time, I have not gotten a chance to get to know each one of you yet. A little bit on myself. I started working for 7-Eleven when I was 15, so I've been in the business for 28 years. Just like all the other parents, my dad wanted me to be a doctor, and of course I was interested in my job. I loved it so much that I changed my degree into a business degree from University of San Diego. So after I graduated from there, then I came to Nevada, and that's when I started purchasing my own stores. Been here since 2004, operating these stores. My wife, she's recently starting to get more and more involved in the business. I want her to learn the business in case something does happen to me. She will be able to easily operate the business and provide for our family. So.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mrs. Gill, please step forward if you would.
Thank you guys for your time. I'll
State your
start
name for the
with, thank you. Well, I graduated from UCSC with biochemistry and cell biology. Well, then helped him for a little bit. Then I wanted to do something in my field. So went to a local university, Roosevelt, for pharmacy school, graduated in 2016, started working as a pharmacist, and COVID kind of scared us. So I wanted to know the business, so I kind of gave up my job, started to learn the business a little bit, getting there, but not too involved yet, because there's a lot to learn. But definitely thinking about going back to work a little bit, but since kids' school are starting, but most of the focus is gonna be trying to learn the daily basis work. How does he handles everything, and how can I jump in if I need to? Thank you. Any questions for me?
No, we'll just, for the record, for our descriptionist, this is Miss Arinder Gill. Just backing up a little bit. So you're a pharmacist?
Yes, I am.
I appreciate your service.
Thank you.
The pharmacists are unsung heroes in the healthcare delivery system. Do a
Thank
lot of good. So thank you for that. And welcome to the gaming industry, I can almost say. That's preliminary, but so help me understand, if you would, Mr. Donato. We're looking at Mrs. Gill here, seeking approval as a secretary treasurer and director, but you're restructuring each of these entities as LLCs.
No, they're going to be S corporations.
S corps, okay.
And they will hold their shares jointly with the rider survivorship. So they are the sole shareholder of these corporations. And they're each a director, and they also have duties as officers.
Okay, I understand. That's wonderful. Okay, so Mrs. Gill, you understand what you're getting into here?
Kind of.
Kind of? Well, your husband will teach you, I assume.
Yes, he's a good tutor and been kind of getting involved in it a little bit. And I think if I can work with them.
Have you been here for most of the meeting today?
What is it?
Have you been here for most of the meeting?
Not the gaming control board, but I've been involved in the 7-Eleven meetings. Yes.
So she's been here since 1 o'clock, since the
since
restricted
1.
portion.
Yes.
Okay. Well, at least you got to hear number 1. So we take this very seriously. This is something where we expect compliance.
Completely
7-Eleven is
understand.
a great,
Yes.
it's a great convenience store operator. Mr. Donato does all of their work. He's done a good job with your application. Well, I have no further questions. I just congratulate you, and I appreciate the fact that you're willing to leave an occupation like pharmacy to come into this business.
Thank you.
I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Good afternoon, Mr. Donato. Thank you for that opening. It really cleared things up for me. I'd read through it a couple of times, but how you laid it out again, it really cleared it up. Mr. Gill, of course, we're familiar with you from being licensed. I think last time you were licensed in 2017 was the time. But as a new applicant, we always like to see you appear before us so that we go through your background, meet you. You can meet us as well. And so, as Chair Gibson mentioned, you can understand the process and how seriously we take it. But did I hear you say that correctly then? So you're stepping away from pharmacy right now?
I
temporarily?
already did, but I still want to do volunteer work in there because I really enjoy what I do.
Sure. Who are you working for?
Well, I was working for independent pharmacy. I'm thinking about going for volunteering in Centennial Hills Hospital.
Yeah.
So haven't started it yet. Kids are still home and of course learning stuff. But once I feel comfortable, I'm definitely gonna go back, at least volunteer.
Okay. And so what's sort of your plan though while you're with the operations of all these different locations? Are you going to split it up? You take 5, or you take what is there 8, 4? You take 4. How are you guys going to split up the job duties?
So the way we operate stores is we try to have everything independently run. We have general manager, we have zone managers, we have loss prevention team, and also we have HR manager.
Each store.
Well, we have that infrastructure that operates each store. Each store has its own manager and its own manager. Assistant manager.
Okay.
And then we have a zone manager that oversees 3 to 4 locations. They visit those stores daily just to provide the help, the manager, any assistant they may need. If the manager needs another employee, then they'll call the HR manager and say, you know what, I need you to hire me more people, then that person will help them. If there's any incident, for example, related to law enforcement that may not be even involving our store that took place on our property or on the side of the building, then our loss prevention team gets involved and they help the police department look at the cameras, try to solve any issues surrounding our store that we need to. So I'm going to be teaching her how to basically manage all that team at the same time, run a store. If worst case scenario, she has to go run a store. The reason we're doing this, the reason why we're splitting all the corporations and adding her name is in every single thing, and she's learning the business, is the COVID really scared us. I mean, we're running essential business. I'm in and out of the stores daily. And we knew a lot of people that got COVID, some passed away. And that's when we started thinking, like, what if I catch COVID or something happens to me in the store? We want our operation running smoothly. So that's where she came in, and that's why she's learning all that business.
You guys are a perfect team, probably made for each other. You're like one letter off from spelling each other's names exactly the same.
You know, people question us. They're like, did she change her name? Did you change her name? Like, no, this is how our names were when we met. And just
both from Punjab.
Yeah.
Yeah. And did you meet here or over there?
No, we met in India. She was in college with my cousin. And another one of my cousins was getting married. I went to attend the wedding, and then that's where we were introduced. And everybody told us that, you know what, we're made for each other. And after talking to her for about a half an hour, I felt like she was the one. I asked her to marry me. So I did.
After a half hour?
After half an hour.
Wow.
She said no.
That's incredible. And so then she changed her mind.
Well, she changed her mind. Well, see, her thing was she wanted to, we met when we were very young. She wanted to finish her education. She wanted to be independent woman. So her fear was like, you know, when she gets married, the life is over, kids and all that stuff. So I promised her she will be able to pursue her dream, do whatever she wants, and I'll be there 100% to support her. And after listening to that, she said yes, and I took my word.
I love that story. Thank you for sharing it.
Great story. Well, thank you very much for appearing, coming down here and during this, and for paying attention. Thank you, Mr. Donato, for your presentation. With that, I'd ask for a motion.
We have a key employee condition that's going to be applied to all the different items. You understand?
Correct. So question on the key employee is that with COVID going on, there is a big turnover on store managers and to keep store managers. So would it be acceptable to the board to have like a GM that oversees multiple stores that are there for a long period of time, has been with the company, to be the key employee for multiple stores instead of the store manager for each one of the stores? That would be acceptable.
How's it structured now?
Right now,
One
how it
for
is,
each?
right now it's one for each.
So there's just a high turnover on that store manager, and then we'd be in and out of key employee applications.
I know we have those conditions on other licensees, but I'd have to do a little research to figure out the numbers and things.
And we've got 8 locations here, 36 machines.
And for clarification, we have 3 more applications pending that'll come before you at a later date.
I'm sorry, could you say?
There's 3 more locations that are currently pending pending the investigation process that will come before you at a later date.
In addition to the 8.
Correct.
Okay. Well done. That's great.
Well, not to sound insensitive, but if we do it for others, let's maintain it here as well.
Got it. Understood. Yep.
All right.
Anything else to Chief Lovett?
No, so are you going to go with these conditions or something else?
Well, yeah, this was, I mean, normally something like this, we probably want to vet in advance to be able to have a proper dialogue on that. So right now, I think I'd be most comfortable sticking with what
I agree.
we've got
I
in
mean, if
front
you want
of
to come
us,
back
you know.
during the hearings for the additional 3, we can, we can revisit this.
Okay, sounds good.
Necessary.
Appreciate that.
Chief Lovett has a chance to do some research.
Yeah, if you have some more applications coming up, just work with staff and we can work something out.
Okay.
Say something? So what Jeff was referring to is like we have those zone managers that go to each one of these stores daily. So each zone manager is responsible for 3 to 4 stores. So they're in the stores in and out every day. So if it is possible and you guys allow it, we can have those people come in front and have the key
We'll work with staff.
Right.
Yeah, what we're saying, Mr. Gill, is that we do this way with other operators and identically. And so as you come forward with your additional 3 locations, if there's discussion, Mr. Donato, Chief Lovett, and so on, we can potentially revisit it. But for today, given the fact that it's just popped on us, if you want to go forward today with these applications, let's just go with it as it is.
Yep, we accept those conditions.
Okay, ready for a motion? Yes. I move to recommend approval of restricted items number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 as read into the record by Secretary Bell. That each be conditioned as follows: a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it very much, and like to say thank you to Agent Broomfield for all her hard work on the application, and Agent Wiley. I know she's retired, but she was truly a pleasure to work with, and she'll be missed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, as I mentioned earlier, our regulation agenda item has been postponed. We will reschedule it for a future date so that we can have a discussion and a vote. And with that, it brings us, so we're going to table that formally. That brings us to our next item, which is public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay. If anyone wishing to wishes to make a public comment, please step forward. State your name for the record. I see no one in Carson City, and there's no one here. So with that, the August meeting of the Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting is adjourned. Thank you.